Introduced by the Ministry of Finance for significantly delaying implementation of the GARID Project, one of the country's flagship programs aimed at tackling chronic flooding in the capital. Health crisis looms as receding flood waters leave behind a trail of filth, compelling the Ghana Health Service to issue a health warning of increased disease outbreaks in flood-hit communities. Agenda 111 hospital project at Adansi-Asokwa under siege as illegal miners excavate large tracts of lands behind the abandoned health facility in search for gold.
Where the illegal mining is happening is disheartening. It is right behind the Agenda 111 project. This hospital was to help us get access to health care.
We have details as residents fear that government's failure to intervene immediately could adversely impact healthcare access in the area. The latest of these and many other stories are coming up in the next 3 hours. The Pulse is brought to you by Defendril Cough Expectorant. Defendril, breathe easy, feel better. My name is Kenneth Gyasi. See you in a moment. Hello again. The World Bank has blamed fiscal controls introduced by the Ministry of Finance for delays in implementing the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Project, also known as GARID, a key initiative aimed at tackling chronic flooding in the capital. In its May 2026 update, the bank downgraded the project's performance to moderately unsatisfactory, citing funding constraints despite full financing. The $350 million program, which covers drainage, waste management, and urban resilience, has faced slow on-the-ground progress, even as overall development objectives remain broadly on track. The issue has gained urgency following the June 29th flooding, which killed at least 12 people and renewed concerns of Accra's drainage system. And my colleague Caleb Ziblim is joining me in the studio with more. He is with the Joy News Research Desk. Caleb, you've gone through that report. What else could you tell us?
Yes, Ken. So this was an update the World Bank gave us on. It was released on May 2026. That's a few months ago. Now we know the government of Ghana had asked for some restructuring of the project because they want to use part of the funding that was meant for initial stage of the project for a different stage. So because you are moving money around, you need approval from the World Bank. So and within that document, we went through the documents and we've got the details on the current status of the GARID project. Now, what stood out for us was the fact that the World Bank said the project is moderately unsatisfactory. And then as part of the key reasons that the World Bank gave for that was, and I quote, the implementation of GARID has been significantly constrained by fiscal measures introduced by the Ministry of Finance during the 2025 year. Now, they are blaming the stall of the GARID project mainly on the Finance Ministry in 2025 because of some of the fiscal measures. Now, we know that because Ghana is currently under an IMF program and we don't have to exceed our debt to a certain point, there's been some cap on how much external debt you can add onto your books every year. And because of that, almost all the externally financed projects have faced the cap. And also, we know the Ministry of Finance was also working towards reducing the inflation within the economy. So some fiscal restraints also needed in 2025. Now, according to the World Bank, from November 2024 to April, April 2026, no disbursements was made for the GARID project. But then the money is with the Finance Ministry. We have the funds, but then the Finance Ministry was not disbursing the amount. Now, if you go through some of the list that the reports indicates, that they said, and I quote, about 30 million cedis was taken from the account. About 30 million cedis was temporarily taken from the GARID account, We don't know where that money went to, but we do know that earlier this year, the amount was put back into the account. And again, because of some of the fiscal measures involved in the non-release of funds, majority of the IPCs remain unpaid. Now, some contractors have done some work and then they've presented their invoices, but they've not been paid. And this slowdown has also led to some cost overruns, because once you don't pay on time, and also because some of the contracts are in progress, once you don't release funding on time, inflation eats into it, the exchange rates, and some penalties involved with not paying on time. So this is the picture that was painted to us within the World Bank reports. And I'm going to quote again: the measures created a severe cash flow constraint, resulting in unpaid IPCs, delayed payment to contractors, and slower civil works. Now, an interesting part of the report also indicated that even though this year we need about 40 million, the GARID team told the Finance Ministry that they need about 40 million for the entire 2026. The Finance Ministry has only committed about 17.5 million. So there's already a shortfall for 2026. But I should add that the Finance Ministry have indicated some willingness to address the shortfall within the mid-year budget. So we know that the Finance Minister will go to Parliament shortly with the mid-year budget review, and in there he might be able to allocate more funding to the projects and allow more releases for the projects. And also, again, about $79 million in civil works submitted by the Works and Housing Ministry remains pending for approval. And we know the new regime we are under, if you don't get approval from the Finance Ministry, you cannot progress on your contract. So these were some of the bottlenecks that were identified with the GARID project. According to the World Bank, the project so far has been unsatisfactory in their opinion, and then hopefully the governments can commit to some sustained round of funding. And according to the World Bank, again, they say if the government commits to another sustained round of funding, they will have to look at the entire project again because of the delays and the cost overruns, and they have to do a holistic assessment of the projects before maybe we can come up with timelines. But then, according to them, only 40% of the funds have been released despite the money with the government. Okay.
Caleb Ziblim, thank you very much. He's with our research and data desk here at Joy News. Are you still watching the polls here on Joy News? Let's bring you more flood-related stories this afternoon, because another body has been found at Alobushi, raising serious concerns among residents after devastating flood waters inundated large parts of the community on Monday. According to residents, the contractor working on the GARID project in the area allegedly altered the original design by making the drains smaller, a move they blame for the recurring floods that continue to wreak havoc on the community. The police have since conveyed the unidentified body from the scene. And my colleague Fatal Bayaga is currently in the community. He's joining us for the very latest. Fatal, what can you tell us?
Body has been found here at Alobushi this morning. We're told that a child was found in flood waters here, dead, and the residents here are quite concerned about this particular situation. They say that a lot of people have lost their lives here, and it is because of the huge flooding situation that inundated this particular area on Monday. And this is a very huge, development for them. Apart from the lives that have been lost here, many homes have been destroyed, room items, all of them have been submerged in flood waters. In fact, some of the people at the moment are still trying to be able to, recover some of their items that were washed away. Let me engage some of the people here just to appreciate this particular situation. You are a resident here. Yes, how worried are you in relation to this issue? Okay, Efremi announced incidents were started here no free. That was Monday, no. And I hear for free insurance, body work and dead body work and 6 in here. And I know probably dead body where every police from. Yanti omu car, musi omu car say na dia dia. Yanti wa dance so no much. Yanti wa say ya youth no boys na yan struggling de yan ye body ni free insurance. And a second so she baby a ojina no she got away. Once o share ahana e wo sro. Got na omo aye no e wo form. Once I say like e ya grobi no mo bedi ye. I say o mind sick no e no mo edi na grobi sa. Ultima say she main got away kese we o. Enu na the main thing na was say o mo focus on enye we.
because one year main gutter kese na the months when they turn na ye de na e wide dia ukos roba forma one say ene NIS ochina ebeba ha.
Yes, so his concern is that the authorities will work on this particular drain because if the drain isn't widened, then it means that flooding would continue to inundate this particular community. You are a resident here. Talk to me about how you feel about the flooding situation here.
The flooding situation here is very bad since Monday. We were struggling and removing people from this water. About me, myself, removing 8 people from this water. And we don't know, this gutter here was very huge. But when they came and do these roads, they came and did very small gutter I can even climb. And it's this gutter that is causing all this problem. Till when are we going to be dying like this? That's what we are asking ourselves.
Another person has died.
Another person have died right now, and we just removed that little girl. So we don't know till when we are going to die like this. We were here, and if water catch us, they will come and share rice, 5 kilo and oil, 5 kilo and oil. This time, we are begging you guys, we don't need 5 kilo and oil and mattress. We don't need those things. They shouldn't bring those things here. They should come and do the gutter for us so that we will be safe. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. So he wants the authorities to come and, expand the drain and also to make sure that they do right things that would solve the flooding situation in this particular community. Let me get to speak with a lot more people here in relation to this particular situation. Bacho, Ensuno Hamuse.
Ensuno, Ahano, Ensuno, Ehaya. Now first, and she say, but yes, I say, this small gatano, and no, na ma flood no, but Monday, so who flood no Hanuma, and easy. Sebio, Akrana, you got them to see, and free Monday now, and soon a year, and ne asana yehuno.
Tisian gata no my to the sense a song, but on my miem kakra, into a zero mine, on my penny, baby or one, would see on brand like on boying. Now you gata no, say a year before, no man is my, but Sisian dear, and what should I uncle for woo, Madame Fonin ne ba, woo 1 week I call out money ne woo, Miss Raw mine, or sit down to Homa and Crampo na Wanyashe, Bomba Boy Gatano.
Thank you very much. You see, the police officers have just arrived here to convey the remains of the young girl who passed on in the flood waters. The water, intensified here on Monday dawn, and today, Wednesday, they've now been able to find one of the dead bodies here at this particular area. This is Aloboshi, where the another person has passed on because of the flooding situation. But we know how much say.
Oh wow! I could say when it rains heavily, that is the cause. That is what you're seeing right over here, and I must say it's very pathetic. You get what I mean? And everything that we're trying to solve is the drainage. The drainage aspect is supposed to be fixed and fixed well. If not so, we're going to fix all this problem. Right, sir? So, I can go back. This must come to our notice. All right. This must come to our notice. Trying to fix that thing for us. You can see we have this little girl sitting over, and you can see her drown in this. You can see her drown. In there. You can see her drown in there. So authorities must come over.
Yeah, so let's also engage the assembly member for this particular. What's it?
The MPP flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is calling on the government to declare a state of emergency following the devastating floods that have claimed lives and displaced thousands across parts of the Greater Accra region. Dr. Bawumia made the appeal after touring flood-hit communities, describing the disaster as a national crisis that requires an urgent and coordinated response. He warned that forecasts of more rainfall make the situation even more pressing and urged the government to mobilize engineers, hydrologists and other experts to develop lasting solutions to Accra's recurring flooding. Dr. Bawumia also appealed to political leaders to put aside partisan differences and work together to address what he described as a problem affecting the entire country.
What is worrying for me is that the forecasts are forecasts of even more rain to come. And if this is going to be more rain, I believe that the government could also consider even declaring a state of emergency so that we deal with this in that particular format, that a state of emergency is declared, because this is a real big problem for this country and we have to put all our energies, all our talents, all the engineers, all the hydrologists, we have to bring everybody together regardless of party, because this is for Ghana. And let us do it for Ghana. Let us come together for Ghana and solve this problem for our country. And so that is where I want to ask everybody, let's do this together and let's provide relief, immediate relief to the people who are affected. People need food, people don't have clothes, people don't have mattresses. Let us make sure that we come immediately to their aid.
Well, that's the former Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia there. Let's get talking, and joining me in the studio this afternoon to discuss this and more is Nana J. Bafwewa. He's the MP for Menchia South. He's also a member of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee and also the Vice Chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee of Parliament. Welcome to the program, Nana.
Thank you, my brother.
We've seen your flag bearer call for a declaration of a state of emergency. Since that happened, there have been questions that when similar incidents happened during the tenure of President Akufo-Addo, which he was vice, there was never a call of a state of emergency. Why the sudden change?
What was the magnitude of it at the time?
There have been people who died so many times during flooding in Akufo-Addo's time.
That is without a doubt. But in terms of magnitude,
okay,
have you seen this happen in the last, did you see this happen in the last for the 8 years that President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia were in government? We've never seen this before, have you? Apart from the June 3rd disaster that killed over 150 people, have you seen this magnitude of disaster resulting from flooding occur in this country before? It's never happened. We are yet to see the scale of devastation that has been experienced as a result of this disaster. And don't you think that there should be a state of emergency declared for that purpose, for us to assess, for us to firstly have an opportunity to assess the scale of devastation, and then manage going forward, particularly, if you listen to him, particularly because of the forecast of more rains that has been made. I don't think it's far-fetched. Indeed, on the day when the incident happened, do you remember the Minister for Interior, right, issue a statement, asking people that possibly they should stay indoors. When was the last time you had the Minister for Interior issue such a statement? And so when you put all the things that have happened together, clearly Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is speaking from a place of justification. And that, for me, I think is something that is worth giving deep thought to.
The blame has squarely been apportioned to the previous MPP government and this government for your failure to solve the drainage crisis that we have in the capital and across the country. Now, we've seen some coordinated responses from the various agencies. We've also heard from the Interior Minister. The President has also had a bird-eye view of the situation and all that. How would you assess the response by government so far?
The problem is politicization of everything, particularly by the ruling party when they were in opposition. When they saw black, they called it white. And when they saw white, they call it black. And very respectfully, at the risk of tending to join those blaming everybody, which is something I want to avoid, the media should take its fair share of the blame. You are supposed to be the referee, but I think that to some extent you've abdicated that responsibility. When the NDC was alleging that the MPP had done nothing for the 8 years, most of the people stood unconcerned, and those that were concerned also didn't care to do a lot of research about what the MPP did for the period. And indeed, I must, I must commend Joy for the work that you have done. The GARID program, the NDC made it seem like the money came, the MPP didn't use it. But the facts have now been put out that indeed the MPP implemented the GARID program up until when it left office, except that the NDC has not been able to take or continue from where we left off. And so if you say you are going to blame the MPP and also blame the NDC, then you are playing the game of equalization, which is unfair. I think that we need to give credit to who credit is due. In the circumstance of the facts before us, it is obvious that the MPP did not keep a blind eye to the flood situation. The MPP initiated the GARID program. That's the Greater Accra Integrated Flood Solution Program. So the MPP didn't keep a blind eye. It initiated a program to solve it. The MPP secured funding for the implementation of the program that it had initiated, right? The MPP proceeded to implement their program, right, to resolve the flooding situation. The MPP's implementation went on up until they left office, and the program has come to a halt since the MPP left office. And so it will not be fair for people to say that the MPP did nothing whilst they were in office and that the NDC is also doing nothing, and so the two parties should be blamed. No. If we do this, if you continue to do this, that is where good will not be seen by the people and bad would always triumph. Let us let people know that here you were wrong, here you did right, we pat you at the back, we commend you for what you have done, and then we make progress as a country. Otherwise, because there will always be an equalization by the media and by some political watchers, people will easily always get away with murder, and that is going to that's going to result in the retardation of our progress.
Talking about the GARID project, we've heard from then minority leader Akufo-Addo, who is now the finance minister. He accused your party in 2024, and I'm quoting him. I quoted it to one of your colleagues yesterday. I would have quoted to you too. He said that, for example, $65 million of the GARID loan that was supposed to be used for the purposes of killing the floods was misapplied for the purposes of COVID-19 expenditure. Even before they came into government, there were strong criticism of how you allegedly misapplied the GARID loan. That's according to now Finance Minister Akufo-Addo, which probably could be one of the reasons why we are where we are now. No?
See, when you speak in probable terms, I don't think it is fair. With the greatest of respect to you, the NDC will speak, the MPP will speak. What is the verdict? The verdict is mostly the outcome of your investigations. What does your investigation say in respect of this matter? The fact that the MPP possibly may have taken, and I don't think it is even true, assuming that was even the case, that the MPP took some money from the GARID program to apply it elsewhere, it doesn't mean that funding will not be another funding source, or we may not be able to find the necessary money, right, to augment it or to do what is necessary as and when it becomes necessary to make payment. That hasn't arisen. Has there been a case where the GARID program is delayed because of delayed payment? What is obvious or what is known to us is that it has stalled because of the IMF program, which it has stalled since this government took over. That is what your investigations have shown, true or false? Ken, what has your investigation shown?
Well, that's the report by the World Bank, which
the report by the World Bank. Yes. What's the World Bank saying? The MPP will speak, the NDC will speak. What is the World Bank saying? Is the World Bank saying that the program has delayed because the MPP took some money from it to apply it in respect of COVID? Is that the World Bank, what the World Bank is saying?
That's not what the World Bank is saying.
So if that is not what the World Bank said, if that is not what the World Bank is saying, right, then of course what Mr. Akufo-Addo may have said, right, is not really the fact. And so very respectfully, in such a conversation, the moment we bring up issues of politics, in any event, recent records or recent facts have come to show that all that the NDC said, most of the things they said, were not true. And so what he said concerning how the funds were applied, very respectfully, in respect of the World Bank report, right, flies in the face of the truth.
I want you to hold on for me, Nanaje, for well, let's speak to one of your colleagues, Kojo Opon Nkrumah, on the latest report by the World Bank. He is the ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee of Parliament. Kojo, grateful for your time this afternoon. Let's start with the report by the World Bank that there have been some bottlenecks. Although some of the monies have been distributed, but the people who are supposed to receive the money for the correct application of the projects are yet to receive it because of the bottlenecks. What do you make of that?
Good afternoon to you, to Bafo, and to your viewers. I think there are three major things that you will find when you read the World Bank report. The World Bank report settles the matter that this claim by the then NDC opposition that GARID monies had been misapplied, and that was an offense, and for which reason project had not gone on, is false. Bafo is being politically correct. He says is far from the truth. Let us be clear, it's false. It was political propaganda that they wanted to put out to whip up anger against the MPP as part of efforts to win power. Because implicit in the World Bank report is the fact that the funds are intact. Point number two, the World Bank report now says that disbursement rather is what has delayed implementation. And so they have, in their words, they have downgraded the process or the speed of implementation. Now, what that means is that even if somebody wanted to do partisan politics, and we have said that this is not a matter to do partisan politics with. But what the World Bank report shows that even if somebody wants to do partisan politics and compare the rate of execution under the MPP to the rate of execution under the NDC, the World Bank says that they have downgraded the rate of execution under the NDC because of what you call bottlenecks. But I think the expression that they use in the report, if you read the full report, they are talking about some of the expenditure impediments that have been put now in the public financial management structure. And that brings me to point number three. The third point that the World Bank report is making is that what the government has chosen to do is to prioritize nice figures over people's livelihoods, i.e., the things that they need to spend on for people's lives to be protected and livelihoods to be protected, for the functioning of what you call the political economy. They have chosen to sacrifice those ones and rather keep what they call the numbers looking nice. Because these expenditure bottlenecks they have put in place, in their own words, are aimed at keeping the expenditure tables looking nice. Remember that they have said that we were spending too much money, which amounted to mismanagement. And so they are going to restrain expenditure. What the World Bank report issued, I think in May, if I recall the date well, May, says is that it is this same attitude that has caused the scenario where monies that should have been released to pay for works to be done were not released. And that is why the World Bank has downgraded the rate of implementation. So while our hearts go out to, I think, about 37 persons who have died, scores who have been affected, thousands who have lost property. In fact, we've just returned from some donation of items to some affected persons based on Dr. Bawumia's promises that he made to them yesterday. And while Dr. Bawumia continues to say that let's support one another and let's not make partisan politics out of this, the truth is that if the NDC wants to play partisan politics, the World Bank report is indicting them on how they have handled these very important national matters at this critical time.
I must put on record, though, could you hold on for me? I must put on record that we've been trying to get a response from a government side on this particular report. We're yet to get a positive results from government. Kojo, you were Works and Housing Minister when this was implemented, a period when GARID was expected to move from planning to major construction. Why was the project still facing significant implementation delays during your period?
The project was not facing significant implementation delays. What happened, you'll recall, was that a lot of work, there are several photos and videos. You can go to my Facebook page. You will find several photos and videos of me inspecting and breaking ground, sometimes for GARID projects. Go to the Aloboshi areas, some around Weja, even where the NDC's former headquarters is, Zanetto Rawlings' constituency. I went there with her to break ground for work to go on. We assigned a contractor in several places and work commenced. But after we handed over power, as has been mentioned, there are new rules that have been put on expenditure management because they claim that we were mismanaging, we were overexpending, and that they were going to, as it were, tighten expenditure. And remember, people have been applauding them for what they call fiscal discipline. And we have insisted that what is going on is not fiscal discipline. You are sacrificing the things that must be done in the interest of people's lives and livelihoods on the altar of clean numbers, and that it will come back to haunt you. Unfortunately, this is what has happened in this particular place. If payments are being made on time, contractors who are supposed to work, who are on ground, are being chased regularly, the World Bank will not be saying that they have downgraded implementation because of the kind of fiscal arrangements that have been made now.
By the end of your tenure as a Minister for Works and Housing, on midnight of the 6th of January 2025, how much of the $350 million of the GARID project loan had been utilized?
I won't recall that figure offhand as I speak to you now. I can furnish you with the full reports in the handing over notes that we left for the administration by the time we were coming in. Between that and housing and several other things, I won't recall all of them offhand, and I can dig up and furnish you with the data. But that will not be in any way an excuse or an explanation that this government can give for why the World Bank is saying that in terms of implementation, they are behind schedule. They are performing lower and that they've been downgraded in terms of implementation.
Well, I'm still going through the report, and it says that only about 40% of the project's $350 million had been disbursed by April 2026. Many are asking, why was progress very slow during the final tenure of your administration into the new administration?
Well, so first you have to find out whether indeed progress was slow. What were the timelines for implementation? I chaired a number of meetings in which I had to read the Riot Act to some of the contractors who had delayed on some of the interventions that they needed to do. I went on the ground with a good number of them. There were some that we even issued instructions for termination. Remember, this is a project that is actually managed by a World Bank consulting team, and the collaborating ministries, I think local government, housing, and sanitation at the time, jointly will come in and assist with the technical work that needs to be handled. But again, I repeat, it cannot in any way be an explanation or justification for what the World Bank is now calling a downgrade in implementation because of the fiscal measures. And I think what needs to happen is that the finance ministry very, very, very quickly has to understand that cleaning up does not mean that you sacrifice people's livelihoods and people's lives just so that the numbers will look good. This is part of the point that we've been making for a very long time with this administration, that sometimes in their bid to make the figures look good, they sacrifice people's lives and livelihoods too much. Juxtapose that with a few years ago when you recall the president at the time saying that, listen, we know that what we are doing is spending a lot of money. It will cost us a loss, but we have to protect lives and livelihoods. And so my encouragement to the finance ministry is that if you don't get aggressive in ensuring that monies are released for the important things in this country, and you just say that you want to, stop spending so that the books will look good, people will die, people's livelihoods will be in peril. And so get on with that job as quickly as possible. There's no if, there's no but about that.
Your government, the MPP government, then assured Ghanaians repeatedly that this GARID project will significantly reduce flooding in the capital, although it has not been completed, as we all have become aware. With the little that you did, do you think it made impact?
If the work we had done was continued for the last 1.5 years, I'm sure you will see that the challenges that we have had in the last few days, which has affected a lot of people, would have been significantly reduced. The focus has to be on why the work has stalled in the last 1.5 years, why monies are not being released, so that work can be done quickly. Yesterday in Parliament, we approved about 350 million Ghana cedis for emergency works. What a lot of people are not exercising their minds to is that if Parliament approves that money and the same lethargy is applied in terms of releasing that money and project execution, it will not mean anything. And so I continue to encourage the finance ministry, please, please, please get up. Stop this posture where you want the figures to look good. And so because of that, you do not want to release monies. Let the monies go to the right places so that people's lives and livelihoods can be positively impacted. You will recall a few weeks ago, the minister responsible for agriculture was complaining bitterly that the monies that need to be released on time to purchase fertilizers and do other things to ensure food security are not being released. Why? Because the Ministry of Finance wants to keep the books tidy while people go hungry. And it is a posture that they need to move away from. Let me take you back. Earlier in cocoa, monies that should be paid to cocoa farmers because they have borrowed significantly to invest in their farms, to invest in their businesses, have been slashed by about 30% again because the government wants the books to look good and people will suffer in the end. And so we continue to implore the government that that posture is what they should move away from. In times of crisis, your priority number one must be lives and livelihoods and how you ensure that people's lives and livelihoods are preserved. Yesterday when Dr. Baumia visited, one pregnant woman who's just about going into, delivery, has struggled and has bought a few items that she's going to go to the hospital with, and all of it washed away. You should have seen the tears in her eyes. If what you are doing is you are withholding monies, and as a result, people are going through these difficulties, assuming somebody dies and you release 300 million, they will not be brought back to life. And so we implore the government, the important thing to do, spend at the right time on the right priorities so that people's lives and livelihoods can be protected.
Kojo, don't go yet. Ataisa is also joining the conversation. He's the MP for Sanerigu and also a member of the Trades and Industry Committee. Ataisa, welcome to the program. You've been listening to your colleague on the minority side, blaming your government for what has transpired so far. They are saying that the result is the report by the bank, the World Bank. What do you make of that?
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to my senior colleagues and to your listeners. Thank you for the opportunity. So first of all, let us all remember that lives that were lost during the 29 floods, our thoughts and prayers are with the affected families. Flooding should never become a normal part of life in Accra or any part of the country. And secondly, I think the approach in this discussion to, in fact, ignore policy. The World Bank has did the fiscal control measures that was used in 2025 were affected in terms of pace of implementation of the GARID project. These observations, for me, I agree, deserves broad attention, and the government has not ignored something like that. Now, it's important to appreciate what happened. When the NDC administration assumed office in January 2025, Ghana was confronted with an extremely difficult discussion, and I thought I could make aware of that. The government inherited a significant financial obligation, constrained public finances, and big budgeting reality that we are all from the living realities of the Ghanaian public utility. So the Minister of Finance, therefore, had to introduce expenditure controls across several sectors, not only in water, waste, and housing, across sectors, not because the government wanted development projects to stop, but because of the fiscal discipline that was necessary to stabilize the economy. Those measures affected many projects, including GARID, so it is not targeted at one particular project or sector. Now, but the report, the same report Honorable Akufo-Addo is talking about, also tells an important story, which he has conveniently ignored. Number one, the report clearly stated that after discussion with the World Bank, the government proposed a withdrawal of $10.5 million. Another $13.8 million that had earlier been swept away from the project account was restored under the NPP. The government also submitted a comprehensive restructuring request to the IFA, the World Bank. And as we speak, discussions are ongoing to increase the fiscal allocation during the mid-year review that will be done in July. These are not actions of a government abandoning a project. They are actions of a government correcting temporary fiscal constraints that we are confronted with as a nation. Now, coming to the issue of the flood. Yes, I agree that lives lost, no matter amounts that you release into the system, cannot bring back those lives. Some people are asking whether the project has failed. No. The project itself is still fully financed. And as we speak, the World Bank is in possession of engineering designs that have been completed by the government of Ghana, number one. Now, the flood early warning system has been established. And that is why even if you look at the Meteo Agency, they told us that even tomorrow and Friday, there are likelihood of extreme flood that can occur in Ghana once again. Now, the challenge that has worried us, and no amount of money could have been used, unlike the way the NPP regime spent $92 million in dredging, although that didn't happen. The challenge has always been, one, the solid waste collection mechanisms of our country. And this is not specifically targeted at this regime. It has been a problem. And when the president did the area view of Accra, you saw huge dam sites in Accra, in the middle of Accra. And then the fiscal construction of projects on waterways has been something that when you want to do, the same minority will come and say we are inhumane and trying to get to profit politically out of that issue. So the most important question for me is that what should the government do to make sure that we avoid something like this? And that was why yesterday we triggered the contingency fund release of 300 million United States, Ghana cedis. And the purpose of it was to provide relief items and also use the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ministry of Works and Housing to embark on a massive decongestion of Accra. And the long-term solution has also been proposed by the president. So I don't think Ghanaians want politicians blaming one another while people continue to die. What the citizens want from us as politicians is action. And the government has already begun restoring funding. The Minister of Finance has indicated that additional fiscal space will be considered during the mid-year review. And that is what we should commend the government for. Our responsibilities as members of parliament and also the members of the finance committee is now to accelerate the implementation rather than engage in politicking every time. I don't think this is what we need at this country at this moment. People have lost their livelihoods, people have lost their lives, and the only thing we can do at this stage is to console the people and also to make sure that this annual ritual doesn't persist. In fact, the NPP 8 years, every year, we used to complain about annual perennial flood. So this is not 2026 issue. So if you depoliticize it, that is the time you can look critically into each other's face as citizens of this country and critique human behavior that put the lives of many others at risk. And I think that is the way forward we should go and not the needless politics.
The World Bank report also says that by April this year, only 40% of the $350 million GARID project loan had been disbursed. Are we likely to see a much faster progress when it comes to disbursement from now?
Yes, like I've already indicated, the Minister of Finance has indicated that additional fiscal space will be considered during the mid-year. And the mid-year will be read in July. So I want to implore you to wait and see the various measures that will be put in place to make sure that we decongest Accra and to make sure that we disburse accordingly. That will go to inure to the benefit of the citizens of Accra. This doesn't affect only MPP or NDC. This is a Ghana problem. This includes not only governmental effort, but also the human behavior of our people. So if you don't depoliticize this, every year you end up by blaming each other, but the real problem persists, and that is what the angle that I want to take it from.
Well, still on the report, though, at a point it said that 13.8 million Ghana cedis was taken out of the GARID project loan for some time, and then it was returned at a point.
Yes, I think I mentioned that. I mentioned that it has been.
Yes. There are concerns that if care is not taken, there could be more money that could be taken from the fund that we may not even be aware, which could stall this project.
No, I don't think so.
What makes you so confident?
8 million was depleted or removed. The World Bank has already informed us because look, you must know that this is a World Bank funded project. So nothing in the sun can happen under that account that will not be noticed. And this is not a government that is engaged in reckless violence of our public expenditure. So the concern here is that we are all calling the Minister of Finance and the government as a whole to accelerate the implementation of all the anti-flood measures that the government is putting in place. And I'm telling you on authority that measures will be introduced in the mid-year review for us to disburse accordingly to inure to the benefit of the people of Accra.
Can you tell us some?
Let me not take the wind out of the mouth of the finance minister. And in 2 weeks' time, he'll be on the floor of Parliament to give to the Ghanaian public. I don't have the authorization from the Minister of Finance or the government to come up with the policy measures. But I know that a lot of policy measures are being considered to do that. But the needless politics, yesterday I saw the flag bearer of the MPP using sneakers to go to muddy areas. That is not the type of discourse I want us to do. Usual politicking must end. Livelihoods and people are losing their lives. The collective responsibility, myself and Honorable Kojo Okuma has to the Ghanaian public, is to make sure that we implement decisive policy measures that seeks to curb it, and also to introduce corrective measures that seeks to curb excessive human behavior that causes a lot of us to suffer in Accra.
Does government accept that the delay in the implementation of the GARID project has contributed to this flood situation that we're witnessing now?
Yes, partially, yes. We acknowledge that. But like I said at the beginning, these were all measures to introduce expenditure controls, considering the magnitude of fiscal imbalances that we came to inherit. You inherited an economy that was wobbly. You inherited an economy where you had zero fiscal space to do virtually anything. You inherited an economy where expenditure were on the roof. You inherited an economy where there was massive depreciation, there were excessive inflation, there were many things that was not right with the country. So we needed to do decisive expenditure control measures that seek to stabilize the economy and move ahead. Right now, the same World Bank has acknowledged Ghana on the strong recovery program that we are on. Currently, the country is stabilizing. And once we are at this point, many investments can now be triggered. But if we had come in 2025 and we begin to continue the expenditure pattern of the previous, this country will have sunk.
Mr. Tais, I want to pick your final word so that we wrap up this conversation.
Yes, my final word simply is that this is a sad situation for us as a country, and I want to join all well-meaning Ghanaians to urge the government of Ghana to as part of the effort to de-escalate the impact of this flood, the 300 million that was brought to us in Parliament to approve. Beyond the 300 million, I expect that in the media budget, we have to make sure that we spend in areas that will solve this problem. Then this should be the last time we will see these difficulties in our country. There must be a terminal point of this perennial annual flood. Then the second thing is I also urge NADMO. NADMO has been very inefficient sometimes. I want to employ the leadership of NADMO to always be quick in responses. The Ghana Metro can also help us in operational efficiency. Sometimes the early warning signs are not clear enough for us. If you go to advanced nations, even weekly, they can give you weekly predictions, and then you can make plans and decisions accordingly. I think that we need to make sure that we invest in the Ghana Meteorological Agency to enable us, give us timely information that can make living better for us. And to the Ghanaian public, I urge that this should be a communal issue. When people are building on waterways, communities must own the development priorities of their areas and make sure that people do not recklessly build on waterways. And when demolition exercises are being conducted, politicians must also seize the aspect of depoliticizing it to make sure that we correct the human behavior of our people.
Ataisa, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. He's the MP for Sanarigu and also a member of the Trades and Industry Committee in Parliament. Kojo Opon Nkrumah is also still on the line with us. He is the ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee. Kojo, do I still have you?
Me on the line, and let me quickly respond to a few issues. First of all, the minority has never made a comment about demolition exercises that they should not take place. So I don't think that it's prudent for anybody to set their own questions and say when they want to demolish, then the minority comes in and then says no. That is not a fact. So let's not create that false fact and begin to narrate on that one. But it's very sad listening to Ataisa blaming Meteo, blaming NADMO, blaming citizens, and yet not taking responsibility as a government that the decision to withhold the necessary expenditure on flood control programs, as is being flagged by the World Bank, is something that they need to apologize for. It's like they blame everybody but never take responsibility for anything. He argues that if they had continued, and these were his words, that if they had continued with the expenditure patterns they came to meet, they will not be recording the numbers they are recording on the economy today. It's a very sad argument to hear. And it is sad because for the 37 people who have died, no amount of so-called stability will bring their lives back. Even if you are pursuing expenditure controls, there are programs that are not funded with taxpayers' money. They are funded, for example, by donor partners. Funds are administered by the donor partners. All you have to do is to sign off for the contractors to pay. You don't say that you came to meet wild expenditure commitments and therefore you have withheld spending from those programs. Today, 37 people are dead. Thousands of Ghanaians have lost property. People have had to move out of their homes, and your answer is that you were doing expenditure management. I don't think they should even repeat that line. What the government should be doing is taking responsibility for the withholding of funds, which has led to some part of this problem, and rather learning lessons on how they should exclude projects, these very essential projects, and ensure that funds are released quickly for them to function. Now, he wants everybody to have confidence that Parliament has approved 300 million. I've been a minister before. I'm telling you that even when Parliament approves the money, if you don't change the speed with which you disperse those funds, those monies will still be stuck and you will not get the results. You remember when there was a tragedy at Elwak, about 6 people died. The president quickly announced that, the planned intake into the security services should be, I think, doubled or quadrupled as a way of placating citizens. Do you know that that has not happened? It hasn't happened. And so a quick announcement when there's a tragedy to assuage people is not what, respectfully, civil society, media, and all of us should be, taking up. We should be following through, and that's why the minority leader yesterday mentioned that it's important to follow through, that this 300 million is fully disbursed and put to good use. My two final points. Play back his tape. He says that the World Bank GARID program is fully funded. It means no money is lost. So why did they tell all of those lies that somebody had stolen GARID money? And today, after they have run on the back of that to win power, they confess that it is fully funded and that the World Bank is committing with them that there should be speedier disbursements. They should be apologizing for the politicization of these very sensitive programs. Dr. Bawumia is not doing politics. He has rather said no politics. Rather, what we should be focusing on as a country is a state of emergency and lending help to each other. I've told you that we've just returned from donating some items that he promised, and he's even encouraging other people to help each other. Another thing I'll tell you, Ataisa hid it at the bottom. He says some 10 million and 30 million that was swept has been swept back. I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear that?
I asked him that question.
You should have asked him when it was swept. Do you remember that when this government came, they swept funds that had been disbursed to various ministries, departments, and agencies for projects to go on? They swept all of that one into the STA2, the Single Treasury Account 2. Do you remember that? You sweep the money that is available to the agencies away. The agencies are not able to do their job, and you now have to go through a process to get the money back to them. Okay. And you say that it was because of mismanagement. They should be moving away from this politicization and this PR spin on everything, taking responsibility, quickening the efforts, and we are ready to help them to ensure that all the, oversight and attention that needs to be paid to getting work done on in some succession is done. Because we are told there will be more rains, there could be more floods. Now is not the time for partisan politics. Now is the time to roll up the sleeves, get your boots dirty, get on the ground, and help us save more livelihoods and lives.
Okay. John Paul Krumah, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. He's the ranking member on the Economy and Development Committee. He's also a former Minister for Works and Housing. I still have in the studio with me Menchia South MP Naneje Bafo-Ewua, who I had to interrupt earlier to speak to your colleagues in Parliament. Apologies for that. Expect more rains. How should we prepare ourselves as a nation?
I think that Dr. Bawumia has put it out there in terms of what we think should be done. We should get a team of experts together to guide us in terms of the way forward. Engineers, hydraulic experts, and so on and so forth. Since the incident and perhaps the subsequent forecast, we've not even had guidance from government going forward. And I think that it shows a sign of lack of preparedness. Perhaps in that vacuum, they may want to fall on the advice of Dr. Bawumia. And I commend Dr. Bawumia at this point, particularly where he says that we should take a nationalistic approach, contrary to what we have been made to experience in the past, where everything was politicized and people sought to take political advantage of. Let's be less partisan. And again, let me end by saying I commend Dr. Bawumia.
But you don't commend President Mahama. President Mahama also, sympathized with the persons that unfortunately lost their lives. He made some interventions.
What Dr. Bawumia has done.
What has he done? Many will ask, what has he done?
Firstly, he's calling on Ghanaians not to be partisan and not to be political about this issue, which is a remarkable departure from the status quo. The status quo, as we witnessed when the NDC was in opposition, was that everything was politicized. The flood situation was blamed on government. Dr. Bawumia is saying that I'm not going to blame this on government. Let's all come together to deal with it. That is the mark of statesmanship That is a mark of a patriot who thinks that we should not take advantage of human, situations like of this nature. And so for me, I think it is very important that we commend him. It is also very important that going forward, we follow his footsteps, which is that whenever there is a situation of this nature, it should be less of politics. Human life should be placed as at the center and prioritized in terms of the solution. And now we haven't had guidance from the government as to what to do in the days and the weeks ahead when we are likely to have worse situations or potentially worse situations. We have not had guidance from government. Have you had guidance from government?
Well, to be fair, I've been receiving some messages from the Ministry of Health, and I've been receiving some texts on what to do, how to protect myself. The Interior Ministry has also been sending me messages.
Dr. Bawumia is suggesting how this can be dealt with immediately by putting together a team of engineers and other experts who would help us go through these difficult times.
Okay.
Right? I haven't heard that from government.
Okay.
And so I think that Dr. Bawumia should be commended.
Okay. Let's talk about Sedina. And by the way, even before we talk about Sedina, as we've continuously mentioned, may the souls of those who unfortunately lost their lives continue to rest in peace, and may their memories be a blessing. And please make sure that you follow the guidelines that have been put out by the Ministry of Health and the Interior Ministry as well. Please be safe. Ghana needs you alive. Let's talk about Sedina Tamaklo. The minority has been on the heels of government about Sedina Tamaklo. She was sentenced to 10 years in prison. I mean, she was extradited from the United States to Ghana. And then at a point, the minority said she wasn't even in prison at all. Give us a chronology of when she was finally put before prison.
If you recall, a fortnight or so ago, I was on Newsfile, where on behalf of the minority, I informed the general public that given the controversy that had surrounded the whereabouts of Madam Sedina Tamaklo, we're going to take steps to confirm whether or not she was indeed prison. In fact, the context is very necessary. The context is that there was a controversy as to whether or not she was in prison custody. The communication that had come from government communications or government spokesperson had not been enough for the people of Ghana. It had generated a lot of controversy. Subsequently, we had Mr. Franklin Kujo come out with also a communication that suggested that she was not in prison custody. And so there was palpable controversy, indeed, whether or not she was in prison custody. And as minority, we have a responsibility to confirm, right, whether, what government has been mandated to do under the law is being done. And so we took it upon ourselves and did the necessary checks. What does this check entail? This check entails confirming from the records of the Ghana Police Service and the prison service whether or not she was indeed in their custody. How is that possible? That is possible because when a person is sentenced to prison custody, there are documentation, administrative records to that effect. So when a person is sentenced to prison custody, with all humility, you don't just go deliver the person into the prison service and say, this man has been sentenced into prison custody, so take this person away. No, there are records to that effect. And we did independent checks across the country. And following the independent checks, there was no record of Madam Sedina Tamaklo having been delivered to prison custody up until 24th of June. And so following that, we came out. And since we've been out, have you had any official government position disputing that? No. And so that really is what the situation is.
What contributed to the delay in her being in prison? Do you know?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Because you see, and that for me wasn't material. What was material is that the woman had been sentenced into prison custody. what was material is that whether or not following her arrival in Ghana, she has been delivered into the hands of prison authorities for her to commence her sentence, right? That was material. So we had to just confirm whether that has been done. Once that wasn't done, where her whereabouts wasn't material to us, it was enough for us to say that she's not in prison custody.
Okay.
Because I believe that that is all Ghanaians wanted to know. Any other information, right, with the greatest of respect and humility, was surplusage as far as the Ghanaian is concerned. Because once she was not in prison custody, it simply meant that she was on a private frolic, which very respectfully is inconsistent or contradictory to the orders of the court. And so for us, her whereabouts was not as important as whether or not she was in prison custody.
I asked that because investigative journalist Manasseh Azure corroborated the time that she was sent to prison, that it was the 24th of June, 2026, just like the minority said. But he said that she spent some time at the police hospital receiving treatment. That's why I wanted to ask and confirm from you whether you also had such information.
No.
But that is also very important, because if she was receiving treatment, others would say that her health is also very important.
Nobody hasn't said her health is not important.
Right.
Indeed, when you are in prison custody, it is possible that you fall ill, and you'll be admitted to a hospital or a facility, for care to be given. But official communication, right, is what very respectfully would put all of these to rest or generate that controversy. From day one, what communication was put out? If what Manasseh has put out is anything to go by, right, it clearly, like you said, corroborates our position. It clearly also shows that, contrary to what government had put out, she was not in prison custody. Why did government not give us all that information? Because if you fail to give us that information, what it means is that any future information that is received which is contrary to yours makes yours less credible. And so, very respectfully, I think that, as much as I have little evidence to doubt Manasseh, I don't think that if that was the case, government would not, or government wouldn't have put it out at the time it put out the official communication.
Do you think government was being, in political terms, economical with the truth? Because we spoke to Minister for the Interior, Muntoka Mubarak. Evans Mensah spoke with him, who insisted that Sedina Tamaklo was in prison custody. In fact, Evans pressed him to ask about which particular prison she was, and he refused to say because of security reasons. I have some quotes from him. He says that from the day since she came, she has been with us, and she's with us, and she's serving her term. She's not in any private residence. She is with us. If you want to visit her, you can ride to the prison service. This was before the minority came up. So do you think that, even during that period, she still wasn't in prison?
She was not in prison custody, one. If the minister said that she was with them, right, what it meant, or it could be very ambiguous. Don't forget that
it was contextual by
Madam
them.
Sedinam Tamaklo is one of them. Madam Sedinam Tamaklo, she's one of them. And so if she is with them, it is not enough to say that because she was with them, she was in prison custody. Because she's one of them. And so her whereabouts was very fundamental. Her whereabouts was very fundamental. It was not enough to say that she has been with us, she is with us. Where was Madam Sedinam Tamaklo until 24th, of June. In any event, we all know that if she was really and truly not well, the American authorities wouldn't have allowed her to board the flight and come to Ghana.
It could be that she got unwell when she landed. How about that? There's a possibility.
Well, very respectfully, I am a politician. I'll put out facts. The government would also want to put out facts that would not make it look bad. I'm happy Manasseh is corroborating aspects of our facts, which is contrary to the facts that government has put out. I believe that there's some work to be done by yourselves. So very respectfully, if you leave it all to us, it will become very political. And so why don't you also take a certain steps to, steps to validate the positions? If you say that it could be that she fell ill when she got to Ghana, you're speaking in probable terms and speculative. That is not the way to proceed. The way to proceed is to take government official communication and let's analyze it. Has government told you that she fell ill when she got to Ghana? Has government said so? Has government said so? It is also a fact that the Americans will not allow her to travel to Ghana if she was unwell. And so the presumption is that when she got to Ghana or when she boarded the flight from America, on the basis of how things work with the American authorities, she was well, unless otherwise stated or proven. When she got to Ghana, accordingly, she was well, unless government had stated otherwise. Government hasn't stated otherwise. Has government stated otherwise? Government hasn't stated otherwise. And so these presumptions, very respectfully, may seem to lack basis.
That came up because you said that if she wasn't well, the U.S. government wouldn't have let her board. And so
then, on the
that
basis,
is why I also gave you a possible scenario.
On the basis of American laws, she only boarded the flight because she was well.
Okay.
And government never told us that when Madam Sedinam Tamaklo got to Ghana, she was not well.
Okay.
So she had been admitted into a hospital facility. Government never stated that.
Okay.
All that government stated was that she was in prison custody.
We're wrapping up in...
And now it has come out that she was not in prison custody.
We are wrapping up in the next 2 minutes. There are concerns and calls that why is the MPP so fixated on Sedina Tamaklo serving her prison sentence when one of your own, Akufo-Addo, is far away in the U.S. Now he's been granted a residency permit, which we usually call green card. Why don't you convince him to come down? Many Ghanaians have suggested that. You've been hearing that, haven't you?
I've even heard people say that we should bring down Akufo-Addo. Very respectfully, when MPP was in opposition and Madam Sedinam Tamaklo absconded, nobody said that the NDC should bring her down. Because the MPP understood that it takes the Attorney General of a country to initiate extradition processes. And so because we understood it as a party, we never ever blamed the NDC for Madam Sedinam Tamaklo absconding. We never also blamed the NDC for Madam Sedinam Tamaklo refusing to return. We never demanded of the NDC that they should assist or they should get Madam Sedinam Tamaklo to return. The Attorney General of the time, Mr. Akufo-Addo, initiated processes to have Madam Sedinam Tamaklo return to Ghana. And that is a matter of record.
Right.
And so if anybody thinks that Akufo-Addo should return to Ghana to answer questions, right? The duty falls squarely at the doorstep of the Attorney General.
Okay.
And not the MPP.
Right.
And not the MPP.
Okay.
Right? In fact, let me remind you, even when the Office of the Special Prosecutor, right, wanted Akufo-Addo extradited back home, okay, it couldn't do it by itself. Even though the Office of the Special Prosecutor is established by Parliament It is recognized that it is the job of the Attorney General. And so the special prosecutor sought the cooperation of the Attorney General to have Akufo-Addo return home. And so for those who say that the MPP should get Akufo-Addo home, clearly, particularly the NDC, because they are losing the fact that it is not the job of the MPP. It is their Attorney General, Mr. Dr. Ayeni.
Our Attorney General.
It is the job. No, I'm saying that is the so our Attorney General appointed by the government, whose responsibility it is to have Mr. Akufo-Addo brought back home. And so clearly it is because they very respectfully, I want to be very careful with my choice of words, is because they are not aware of what it takes to bring back people home. You know, people who should be standing, people who are considered necessary for criminal prosecution or investigations. And that is why they are saying all those things. I saw somebody, you know, put something on Facebook, and that person, you know, clearly insulting me, saying that I'm a very stupid person for demanding that. And I realized that he's a very ignorant person, so I didn't even bother. It is not the job of any individual to see to the extradition of a person. It is the Attorney General.
Point well made. Nana Ejay Bafwewa, thank you very much for passing through the studio this afternoon. He's the MP for Menchia South. And you're still watching the polls here on Joy News. Let's bring you more flood-related stories this afternoon, because flood victims at Alajo are charging government to immediately clear waste left behind by Monday's torrential rains, warning that piles of refuse and stagnant water could trigger outbreaks of cholera and other diseases if urgent action is not taken. The floods have left many residents homeless, forced some skilled children out of the classroom, and destroyed food and other household belongings, with affected families saying they are struggling to rebuild their lives. Listen to them.
Abakra ye ni babia ye be gina biom de na wose ye gina table so ye gina table so so a e ba ye be du ye nsisi enti afi ye bia ni ho a ye betimi aye ho hwe enti afa ye nwama nyina me wo ndoso machines be 3 ana ma machine so 8 10 awa uye jejuma me pama de but me mo de because of my condition into no in Kofonia Manisani into Mane Wahano, Akusi say. Oh, Nina say. But Baku Crane, you bet me, I am with you. Okasi Bibia say, no, Sissy and Kofono was saying on by day. Minim the mayor. Minim the mayor. And one we cry no de blame, we cry no be the blame. They are 3 days. Maybe be a say. Maybe. Me person me think say na mudi this is then na mudi then na monum nsi onesan. No cry ni Nyankopon anim. Me ntwantro. 50 and then 3 days me boa and 50 3 days. And then 50 3 days because ye nya duane kra na yadi. And the whole freedom and brain Gary and the soakings and upper the pimps at me needy the machines ye nyama tade amount for materials and then a house of me pam nyama tongue and the nyama no amapama and ye better ye beton and so nina lucky ni say the na since who be na no crown I entino
mostly my drugs. Much of them are sports. Everything. The only thing I'm left with, the only 3 shelves there. That's all.
But then what medication were you selling, and when did you get the information that the rain is entering your shop? The rain was.
I think it was Monday. Monday I wasn't at work, so when I came yesterday, I got to know that the rain has entered in the shop and spoiled everything for me. I had nothing to do. I just cleaned up, and I'm still waiting for the rain to come down so I can put everything in place again.
So, Aside from the medication that's put, how are you looking to? Are you going to put some of the medication back inside? I'm just concerned.
For now, I can't tell because I don't know what I will put in there, so I can't tell for now.
What support would you need from? Have you heard from the NADMO or other individuals?
Nah, none of them is here. It was just yesterday that the MP for this area came yesterday, and I think he had conversation with some of them and supplied water. So we are waiting for the rubbish car to come and collect it. So we are just here.
So you mean the MP for the area supplied drinking water?
Yeah.
But
me nya me the best charge. Any light, any so any bibia. As I want to yes, and fan so soon. Then find ye way. Yan so you so. Ah. What's your same? If you are any I say, she, Omokotokuba, and then I made the poor bontino. Bibia say, me nyama min tuma min bibia say.
Me person say, and no, if I am die, if I do it.
Mitra bonti ana de chin
What's it? Ekunya we
say. Na de chin
na unkola na so e.
Me kola mini mi baba kun mi odi amuka no mu ni ha.
Iti omu na iti ono ba no muti hanom sa
na de chin ye. E de mu ni na e poto. Ye nya nsu adi be di ye adwuma.
Yet say enra MP ni ba ha na ode.
MP ni ba ha onu obe ma ye nsu bola o si bola be ba be sesa bola no ne be sesa e. Nsu ma ya on du be bia.
Nsu na nsu be nsu aye no ma na se.
Ki no di ba e.
Nsu mo no so e.
Mi makwato pure water. Eduane e be di sisi akora po ni ho. Eduane a e be di oni o mi nyama ni na mi bibia me duane mi bibia ni na sei onyame na odo ya no fire ni so no fire nko
inti mo abem poti na mo be pese
mo ani mo be hwe mo be ya mai.
Those disturbing scenes from Alajo. Well, my colleague Stephen Mensah just returned from the area and he's joining me in studio with more on this. Stephen, you've been spending your entire day speaking to affected residents like the one we just heard from.
Yeah.
What more can you tell us?
Well, Kenneth, it's a disturbing scene and it's quite worrying for many of these individuals we spoke to, we interacted with, and we've basically had almost the whole day with them. And when you get into Alaju, when you're moving through the community, you'd understand that there's a bit of frustration from some of these individuals. And they tell us that they'll be looking for some support from the National Disaster Management Organization, from other benevolent individuals, and also from government in itself, given the circumstances that surround their livelihoods. In fact, when you get to Alaju, first point of call, the Alaju AstroTurf is in bad state. You'll notice plastic waste mixed with sand and silt and almost everything, a mixture, a blend of each and every thing you would think about is on this AstroTurf. You can also notice on the streets of Alaju also heaps of refuse on the stretch all through the community. We tried moving through to understand their plight, and you notice that a lot of this refuse is littered all across the street. One other thing you also notice will be, as I mentioned, the frustration from some of the traders also. In fact, we tried interacting with some of them, some who sell ice cream, and they tell us that everything is gone. And you know, these popsicles and everything is gone. Basically, it's gone. Everything is gone. We got to the Alaju Bridge, and this is where the main drain is, the main drain that connects to the Odona drains. And we noticed that some of these individuals are there, and they've pitched camp at the other side of the drain, at the other side of the bridge, I beg your pardon, and they were trying to collect water from a broken pipe. And they see that that's the only source, and that's the only way they will be able to get some water for upkeep, for cleaning, for bathing, or for any other thing they'll be using or they will need for the day. They tell us that the Ghana Water Limited has cut water supply to the community, so they don't have any potable water for drinking or for cooking or for even bathing. In fact, some tell us that they've not bathed for the past 3 days. From Monday up until now, some tell us that they've not bathed. They've not taken their bath yet. So it's quite worrying, given that they tell us that this water, from what I understood and from what I saw, wasn't really in good shape for you to think of using to cook or for using to, aside from maybe using it to bath, you will not really think it will be good for any other purpose. But these individuals say they will be resorting to this water supply for their upkeep, given that there's no water supply there. They tell us that electricity, that's power to the community, is also out. So as of now, most parts of Alaju do not have water supply, they don't have electricity supply in the community. So they'll be appealing for support from government. We can listen to some of them we interacted with.
Every Monday, show my light in your internal pay me by an say a babuana or monso a pension in Yabi. Osha here, a hankwan and so free air. So we have to help. So that's why I'm here.
I see. But is this water safe?
It's not safe, but what can we can't do anything about it. At least to wash with it. We are not going to drink or to use it for cooking, but we are going to wash with it. Yeah, to clean, because we need water. Yeah. We've not heard anything. Even as you are here, when we say ballers, and we were expecting some Zoom lion po, Embra, Nanka ball and go about it, so no. But nothing. Nobody is here. We've not seen anybody here. I heard say yesterday the honorable MP for this area was here, but we didn't see him. So we are pleading for the government to come and help us, to come to our aid, because it's too much. I mean, it's too much.
So I want to understand, for the past 3 days, what have you drunk? Where do you get your water from? Where do you eat?
Nothing. Somebody will come and buy something for you to eat. I mean, oh, I know Biafra say me to be Biafra. Look at what I'm wearing. Yeah.
What's the source of this water? Where is this water from?
Pipe. It's pipe, but ningina bubu tutu. So we don't have. This is the main line.
I stay here. There is no water since 3 days. I didn't bath. Look at me. I don't have anything to wear since 3 days. There is no food. There is no anything. We are just lying on the bed, on the floor. No bed, no nothing.
You have no bed.
No bed. My bed is here.
What's happened to the bed?
Is it not the rain? It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy.
What about food and water? So what are you going to use this water for?
For cook or for taking your bath or for washing. It's very clear, so you can use it to do anything. It's very clear.
So that's so mainly for.
You can use it to cook. But you can't drink it.
But you can use it to cook.
Yeah.
Why? What's the difference?
We don't have any option. So you manage it like that. We don't have any option.
I see. So what would you want to? What do we want done for you?
Oh, they should come and help us. We need help and support us. So they should come and help us.
Have you heard from NADMO or from the government?
We didn't hear anything from anybody. We didn't hear anything at all. Nobody is talking to us. Nobody is asking us questions. We didn't hear anything.
Those are still the plights of residents in Alaju. Stephen Mensah is still in the studio with me. Stephen, they've been asking for waste collectors to come collect their waste. Have they been successful in that?
So prior to we leaving the community, we noticed that the Zoom Lion, that's the waste collectors, were in the community and they were around the Kotubabi stretch and they were trying to collect some of the waste from there. But then you will still notice that there's a little more of this refuse in the inner parts of this community, given that from where we started from in the community, you notice a lot of people have been distraught by the whole flood. So you notice some people have their foams, their mattresses, and some other equipment that they will not need anymore discarded and it's in front of their homes. And given that the Member of Parliament indicated yesterday to them that there will be waste collectors coming around to collect their waste, most of them have brought their waste onto the road to be collected. So you notice a lot of these waste in the community. It's more in the community than outside. And it's just interesting because when you get there, even though there are people who are complaining about the fact that they've lost a lot of items, you notice these scrap dealers are also in the community and they're going around trying to collect the other items the people would have discarded and will be looking to throw away. They are looking to collect them. These scrap dealers, they are trying to collect them and trying to make or cash in it.
Stephen Mensah, thank you very much. Large volumes of plastic bottles, sachet water wrappers, food containers and other waste have been swept into the sea at Laboma Beach in the aftermath of Monday's floods, leaving the once scenic shoreline blanketed in debris. The pollution has renewed concerns over poor waste disposal practices, their impact on marine life, and the urgent need for better waste management. Here is a news desk report on the state of Laboma Beach.
What should have been a clean stretch of coastline has instead become a dumping ground for plastic bottles, sachet water wrappers, food containers, and other debris. Monday's heavy flood swept tons of refuse through drains and waterways before depositing the waste along the shores of Laboma Beach. The once scenic coastline is now littered with garbage, while floating debris stretches across parts of the sea. Residents and beachgoers say the pollution is yet another result of indiscriminate waste disposal, with rubbish dumped into gutters eventually finding its way into the ocean during heavy rains. Environmental advocates warn the impact goes far beyond. They say plastic pollution threatens marine life, contaminates coastal ecosystems, and puts livelihoods of fishing communities at risk. With the rainy season far from over, calls are growing for stronger enforcement of sanitation laws, improved waste management systems, and greater public responsibility to stop Ghana's beaches and oceans from becoming the final destination for the country's waste.
The pause returns after this break.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. And this for kids. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring baby girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Mom, so Kids Rice contains 12 vitamins?
Yes, 12 essential vitamins that growing bodies need.
So we'll grow healthy and strong. And smart?
Absolutely.
Kidivite Multivitamin Tonic contains all the essential vitamins and nutrients needed for the healthy development of children from age 1 to 12 years. Also available, Kidivite Multivitamin Drops for babies under 12 months. Grow strong, grow healthy with Kidivite. Distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,000 247.
Hey, Abili, wabedim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind the ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
Hello again. As the flood waters recede following the recent rainfall in Accra, the focus is shifting from rescue efforts to the health risks left behind. Across affected markets, traders are counting their losses after food worth thousands of Ghana cedis were destroyed. While many say they have no choice but to discard spoiled items, others are attempting to salvage products in a bid to recover part of their investment. Health authorities are already warning that food exposed to flood waters first journeys went into the market.
Even personally, my stuffs like beans got spoiled a lot, even though we covered it with tarpaulin and other stuffs, but with rubber and tarpaulin, but because it's a heavy dew rain, it was able to enter and spoil almost everything. Yes.
Yes, but the fish, the rain. The fish are spoiled, and the rain has spoiled some of the fish. So we are now coming to change it and dry it on the sun. That's all. When we came this morning, nothing has spoiled or nothing. Everything was fine. Nothing has spoiled. So there is no something wrong with that.
Yes, I did safe. Nothing bad here.
We've been hearing from the Director of Public Health at the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, Florence Kuchi, who has warned traders to desist from attempting to salvage foodstuffs inundated in flood waters, warning it could trigger another health crisis. She spoke earlier.
It hasn't been easy. Just as traders are trying as much as possible to salvage things to recover their losses, it is not one of the best. Because any food substance that has come into contact with the flood water is contaminated. And when we consume such food products, it is going to lead to typhoid fever, cholera, diarrhea, and others. Because when the runoff water is coming, it is not just clean water that comes. It comes with sewage, it comes with medical waste, it comes with industrial waste, and all that. So environmental officers are in most of these markets working with hand in hand with the traders, trying to take data. Traders that have lose their source of their properties, we are writing their names down and checking the state of their laws. We are doing this because at the end of the day, we are going to submit the list to management, and management is going to compensate them.
Okay.
And that these women are going to sell the contaminated food to us. Okay. So we are just praying that the women at the market should try as much as possible to adjust themselves to the officers in the market. It is not just only the environmental officers. We have the national officers at the various market. We have the community development and the social welfare people at the various market. Please, they come to you. Try as much as possible to get to them. They will write your name down. Sometimes food like fish, meat, vegetable. They are not supposed to be washed and resold to the public in the market. It is against the law. It is a no.
So,
because
before we get to what you intend to do for them, I hear you say that it's a no. But are we leaving the decision for them to make, or like you always do? We followed you with our cameras. You've destroyed food that you feel that is not safe for us. Are you leaving the market women to take this decision, or you are taking the decision and going ahead with some form of implementation or enforcement?
We are taking the decision and going ahead with implementation. If you come to my office right now, you come and meet a lot of cassava bales that we have seized from areas that were flooding, because we know our hotspot areas. So environmental officers, we are going around these hotspot areas and we are collecting all these food items that are being gotten with the flood waters. So it is not just in AMA alone. I know my police officers at the other assemblies are also doing the same thing. We are not just doing that and leaving that. If we get the communities, we are also assessing the nature of the flood, how their source of water is. Because we know that if you drink contaminated water, it is also going to lead to the diseases. It's not just only the food. And then we also have what we call chlorine tablets, and we are distributing to the people in the communities. If your water is contaminated, we give you chlorine tablets to chlorinate your water, to decontaminate it before you drink. So officers are in the field. The aspects of the flood is what we call recovery stage. So at the recovery stage, we are going to mitigate as well at various marketplaces, in the communities, in public places, public toilets, and the washroom. We are trying as much as possible to ensure that we do all these things, because the environmental officers that is preventive. If you are able to do the preventive aspect properly, we are going to take the disease outbreak.
Well, the Ghana Health Service is also warning of increased risks of cholera, typhoid fever, malaria, and snake bites following the intense flooding in parts of the Greater Accra region. The service says flood waters may contaminate water sources, especially in poorly drained areas.
The service is also cautioning that floods can force reptiles, including snakes, from their habitats into homes and compounds, increasing the risk of snake bites. The service is urging the public to keep doors and windows closed where possible, clear bushes around homes, avoid walking through flood waters, and check rooms, corners, and belongings carefully before use. The GHS is also advising the public to drink only safe or treated water, wash hands regularly with soap under running water, eat properly cooked food, and wash fruits and vegetables thoroughly with clean water. Food vendors have been reminded to observe strict hygiene, separate raw food from cooked meals, and ensure food is sourced from hygienic suppliers. The public is encouraged to report immediately to the nearest health facility if they experience diarrhea, vomiting, fever, abdominal pain, or in the event of a snake bite.
Well, for many commercial drivers at Kwame Nkrumah Circle, Monday's floods did not end when the waters receded. They have been left counting heavy losses, with flood-damaged vehicles now off the road and expensive repair bills staring them in the face. The situation has also disrupted transport services, forcing commuters to endure longer waits. Anita Adams reports. Read to you.
The flood waters may be gone, but the damage they left behind is impossible to ignore. At the Kwame Nkrumah Circle Transport Terminal, rows of commercial vehicles remain parked, not by choice, but because floodwater seeped into their engines and electrical systems, leaving them unfit for service. With fewer vehicles operating, long queues have formed at the terminal as commuters scramble for available transport, turning routine journeys into lengthy waits.
It has created a very difficult time for us. Yeah, as you see, we just changed our oil just last week, but because of the rain, we need to change it today because the water has getting into our engines. So automatically we need to reflash or change oil. Whilst
The losses are devastating. One commercial driver says his engine was completely ruined after being submerged in the floodwaters. Before he can return to work, he faces repair bills running into thousands of cedis. Money, he says, he simply does not have.
So we need to work on it before we go to the road, you see. So if we wouldn't do that, the car will not work again. It will cost us like maybe 2,000 before we do it.
Passengers have also felt the ripple effect. Many commuters say the shortage of vehicles
And with the peak of the rainy season approaching, the Environmental Protection Authority says urgent intervention is needed to prevent another devastating flood in Samraboy in the Amenfi West municipality of the Western region. Following an assessment of the flood-hit community, the authority has announced plans to dredge the Tana River and reinforce weakened sanctions of its banks as hundreds of displaced residents fear another downpour could trigger fresh destruction. In Athalia, Kwanzaa has more.
Life is slowly returning to Samraboy, but the scars of the recent floods remains impossible to ignore. Weeks after the Samre and Tana rivers burst its banks following the torrential rains, many residents are still displaced, with churches and classrooms serving as temporary shelters. As families struggle to recover from the disaster, attention is now shifting from emergency relief to preventing another flood. The Environmental Protection Authority has been in the community assessing the extent of damage and identifying long-term solutions.
Assessing the community, we have seen the cause of the flood in the community is largely because the Tana River, which is right by the community, had overflowed its bank and then has been in the community. So EPA did assessment through the community, and now we're currently at the riverside by the Tana River, assessing the integrity of the banks. We have seen that the integrity is already compromised. It's easy. Any further rain will cause another flooding, as we can see at the Tana River currently. What EPA want to do is not just to dredge to allow the flow of the Tana River, because we see it blocked at different sections of the river. We also want to restore the banks. We want to actually build concrete wall to restore the banks, especially near the community or sections that is near the community to avoid further flooding from the river.
Professor Nana Ama Brown-Kluche also reiterated that mining and pollution of river bodies remain illegal and warned that such activities must not continue as restoration efforts get underway.
Mining in our river bodies or any other illegal activity in our river body is illegal. And so we still stand by that statement. It's illegal to pollute our river bodies. So as we're trying to clear the blocked areas, especially the silt that is built up in the river bodies, we don't expect anyone to do same or to continuously to block the rivers to illegal mining activities.
But for some residents, engineering works alone will not solve the problem.
If you pay for a permanency form, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and permanency form, Nayan declare what I'm saying no go area. And watching the river banks, no, you didn't know illegal mining. Ama assassin is only pepe, a bony one eba.
For residents who lost nearly everything, however, the priority is ensuring they never relive the experience.
It's all red anymore, a papai. Yes, Legana buying. So I'm a boy a path in a suburb for your watch.
The flood waters may have receded, but many homes now bear deep structural cracks, leaving families uncertain whether they can safely return. Others remains in temporary classrooms trying to rebuild their lives one day at a time. With July expected to bring heavier rains, residents say time is running out. They are urging government to expedite plans to dredge the Tano River and strengthen its banks before another downpour turns recovery into yet another disaster. In Athalia Kwansa, Joy News, Samra Boy.
From the Western region, let's now head to the Ashanti region, where the abandoned Agenda 111 hospital project at Adansi-Asokwa in that region is not only a safe haven for reptiles, but also illegal mining operations. Joy News can confirm that large tracts of land behind the walls of the multi-million city hospital project have been excavated by some illegal miners in search for gold. Muddy sludge from the illegal mining operations is seen visibly navigating its path into the premises of the hospital, with residents distraught over its impact on health access and threats of flooding. Emmanuel Bradqueco reports.
Yes, residents in the Adansi-Asokwa district of the Ashanti region have witnessed large operations of illegal mining, with the latest activity happening just behind the walls of the Agenda 111 project in the area. Deep open pits are dotted across the large field of land that sits immediately behind the abandoned hospital. When Joy News team visited the site, the miners were actively excavating the land, laying pipes connected to mechanized borehole and pumping water to dig and wash for gold. At least 3 excavators were sighted actively pillaging the earth crust for the mineral ore. The muddy sludge from their operations creep into the presence of the hospital and homes close to the site. Their illegal operation happened under the full glare of local government authorities, as the site is only located just 500 meters away from the district assembly and the district police headquarters. Assembly member for Bojusango in the area, Ejukum, is distraught over the illegality. Where the illegal mining is happening is disheartening. It is right behind the Agenda 111 project. This hospital was to help us get access to health care. When we approach the miners to demand that they stop the illegality, they tell us they have the mandate to mine.
President, because President say Oba omo ayachi omo kure be yi omo amoma ba ye omo guarantee say and galamse ni de ya obi anu obetimi aka ho asem to yet mamuni that's okohu a na ja waka wanu atum.
The residents had hoped that the facility would soon open, but are now worried over the environmental implications of the mining activities on the facility.
Yawa Adansi-Asokwa ni hospital kesiye bia eti nyame adawro ma ban obetwa mu no.
We don't have any major health facility in Adansi-Asokwa. Through the government, we have this Agenda 111 hospital, but Galamsey has taken over the lands.
Agenda 111 emaso the abaye Galamsey esanse ebenia police for office assemblies for assembly suni.
The Galamsey is happening close to the police office and assembly, but nothing seems to be happening to stop them. The traditional leaders should step in.
The district assembly is yet to comment over the development in the area as residents insist on safeguarding the hospital facility. For Joy News, my name is Emmanuel Pratkweku.
We take a quick turn. We'll be back with more.
I didn't think it would happen to me, but it happened to me.
Ghana's digital economy is booming. Millions of transactions, billions of cities, a future powered by technology. But beneath the convenience lies a growing threat.
Now it's becoming more towards digital fraud.
If we place convenience excessively over security, we run the risk of breaking down the number one currency that we have in that ecosystem, and that is trust.
The Digital Economy Forum is a thought leadership series examining the opportunities, risks, and choices shaping Ghana's economic future. In our maiden edition, we tackle a critical issue, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy.
We need to have a 360-degree solution.
Join Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, El Hanano Rekuasare, Economics Professor Godfred Bokpin, CEO of Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewua, Executive Chairman of E-Crime Bureau, Dr. Albert Enchibuesiako, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Mobile Money FinTech Limited, Godwin Tamaklo, Deputy Director General in charge of Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, Stephen Kujo Seshi, and Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Before the Digital Economy Forum, the Trust Crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy. Brought to you in partnership with Haptel. It's happening on Wednesday, July 22nd at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms.
Democracy is by choice, not cash, not coercion, not corruption. Vote buying silences the will of the people. Unchecked illicit political financing weakens the very sovereignty of a state. Democracy falters when everyone's choice is compromised. An unprecedented multimedia politician-citizen forum brought to you by Joy News Impact Makers Foundation. This community-level engagement will spotlight illicit political financing, explore its implications, and proffer solutions to safeguarding Ghana's democracy. Democracy is not for sale on Joy News, Adom TV, Joy FM, Adom FM, and across our social media platforms. The white collar dream.
I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a banker.
But when that door doesn't open, does it mean your story is over?
No, because there are other paths.
Paths built on passion, creativity, and courage.
From season 1 to 3, we've met dreamers who turned rejection into redirection.
They wanted to silence me.
And built success beyond the titles.
As a general manager for Kenneth Gyasi, I felt this challenge right deep that I should work in the area of my gifting. I started writing.
Now, season 4 is here.
New stories.
I remember one kid who walked into my class and looked and said, "You are from Africa, right?" And I said, "Yes, that's why you are so black."
Deeper lessons.
I haven't been to sixth form, I haven't been to university. So everything that you hear me do, I've learned on the job.
More proof that the trail doesn't end when the white collar job door closes.
I did attend an auditioning for Emirates cabin crew members, but I was not selected.
This is not just a show, it's a movement.
The Career Trail Season 4 with Irene Edubia-Eni shows every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Joy Learning TV and 6:30 p.m. on Joy News.
The Career Trail, your success journey begins here.
Welcome back to the program. Let's take you back to our earlier story where I told you about an abandoned Agenda 111 hospital project at Adanse, Asukwa in the Ashanti region, which is not only a safe haven for reptiles, but has also become an illegal mining spot. And Joy News can confirm large tracts of land behind the walls of the multi-million cedi hospital project have been excavated by some illegal miners in search for gold. You can see the muddy sludge from the illegal mining operations is visible in the navigation of the path into the premises of the hospital, with residents distraught over its impact on health access and threats of flooding. And joining me right now is former MP for the area, Katie Hammond. Mr. Katie Hammond, welcome to the program. Have you visited the site yourself? And if you have, what have you seen?
Hello, good afternoon. No, I haven't had the opportunity yet to visit the area. But what happened was that a couple of days back, some of the constituents called me and told me about what was happening. And I was astonished that that kind of situation could arise right under the nose of the district chief executive officer. And if you are looking at the picture, the aerial photography that has been posted, if you are looking at it, you will see a building which is the police headquarters. I built a police station for the district district police command. So the police commander at that office, his office is in that building, and it's only a stone throw away. So he looks through his window, he could see exactly what was going on. Now my astonishment was that how could we have the district assembly building which houses the district chief executive and all of them, and the police command? How could we have a situation where these two institutions would all be looking on when this catastrophe is taking place over there? I checked with a few photographs and eventually decided that I'll get in touch, because if the district police commander wasn't interested in taking action, some other people should take action. So I called Obuasi and got reinforcement from there to come over. I asked if the MP hadn't seen it. I was told that the MP had been parading the corridors. That thing is right in front of the main road, the Cape Coast, Foshu, Obuasi, Kumasi Road, right in the middle of it. So it's just within the eyesight of it. So I got them, the police, to come over. And as far as I know, as of today, a couple of them have been apprehended. I'm told that they have been arraigned before court. Some names are coming up, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting to be sure that we have the accurate information and I can go public. I'm told that some Chinese nationals, as usual, were also involved. But of course, they took their heels at the approach of the police. But that is the monstrosity of the situation you find over there. A multi-million, as you appropriately put it, a multi-million cedi project has been abandoned. Quite why? Only heavens knows. It was almost 90% complete. It would have been completed by the very first half of 2025. But that's the situation, the fate of the hospital now.
Why was it abandoned? Is it lack of funds?
Well,
What's the
that's
issue?
a fair question for me. You should be addressing it to the authorities. I mean, just like they abandon everything. How could a hospital like this? We don't have any medical facilities within our locality, our environs. You would have some at Obuasi and then, of course, Foshu and thereabout. But right within our Adanse locality, we don't have anything. So this really was God sent. And we made sure that they would work on it with alacrity, make sure that it was completed in good time. I mean, it looks like government is taking some holy decision to abandon all the Agenda 111 hospitals. For what reason, I have absolutely no clue. But that's what we're looking at. Look at the building, how beautiful they are, and look at the place. Completely, disgusting.
And how long have these illegal miners encroached the place? Are you aware?
Well, looking at it, I got to know about it. I mean, I've been there. It would have been within a very short period of time, because I think I was there last month or so. So, these guys Nobody's is looking at them. Nobody's watching. Nobody's taking any action. They just do what they want. I wouldn't have thought that it's been going on for more than maybe a month or within the month. You know, it's not that long. I was there fairly recently, and that's talking about a month. I was there. There wasn't any foolishness like this going on. So it would have been just within this period that I'm talking about. That right under the nose of the MP, the nose of the district chief executive, and the police command. It is so atrocious, you can't believe it. How could this individual be sitting around and allow this foolishness to continue? And that's what we have.
And what do you think could have motivated them to have been so bold to be doing this in the full glare of the public?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, you use the right words. I like it. How could they be so blazingly bold? Because they would be. Because if the police command is looking on unconcerned, the DCE is looking on unconcerned, the MP is looking on unconcerned, your guess must be as right and good as mine.
I still don't know your guess, though.
Well, but I said your guess. You know, you may not know my guess, but you know your own guess.
Anyway, now the matter is with the police. Now, do you think this could be a cartel, a bigger network of people who are engaged in this? You say that there were likely Chinese people who have since bolted, but are you scared that some might return, or they might even be let go, the people who have been arrested?
No, take it again. Take it again. I didn't hear the initial part of it. Take it again.
I'm saying that you said you've reported to the police. They have been apprehended. There were some Chinese persons who have bolted. And I'm saying that, do you think that this is a cartel, which is a large network of people, and they could possibly be let go or returned to the site?
You see, it always is. It almost invariably is. I mean, you ask the first good question. How come that people are so bold to do that sort of thing? It must be a cartel. I mean, so far, some names have come up. I've been given some names, but I'm holding on to the names, and we'll see how it goes. The Chinese are all over the place, but as to whether those who have been arrested will be let go, I'm not too sure about that. I don't know how that is going to happen. Indeed, I'm told that some calls were made, and the others who are claiming innocence and that their names have just been mixed up, and others who appear to be pleading and all of that. But as it is, the two of them are in custody now. I can't see them being let go. Of course, subject to what the court says, a entirely different matter. But it is there. They do not have any permit. They were not permitted by any small-scale license to do what they done. And nobody in their right frame of mind anyway would allow anyone within the premises that you are looking at. That's the whole environment of the hospital. And there is a risk. That is the source of water for Abuasi municipality. There is a dam somewhere along the street that supplies water to the whole one. So you want to destroy in one fell swoop, destroying the environment, destroying the water source, destroying the hospital, and destroying everything, all in the name of what? It's just mind-boggling. You see, this NDC government, what they have perfected in is the act of triangulation. They perfected it so much, you have no clue how they do this. You gave MPP government, Akufo-Addo, hell to make sure that Galamsey was brought to end or abated. Indeed, there was the fight, there was the anger, there was the cry. They were crying from the rooftop. Declare state of emergency. You should be asking, what happened to the state of emergency when they came to power? And everybody's situation is deteriorated absolutely beyond recognition, beyond what was under Akufo-Addo. And yet you heard the noise and the cry in the country. Look at what we're witnessing now. I'm hearing a lot of things that, what is the name? The gold boy. What is the name? Kind of things I'm told he's been saying.
Sami Jemfi, you mean?
What is the name again?
Sami Jemfi, you mean?
Sami Jemfi, yes. I will check the intensity of the kind of things I'm picking up, and then we'll see how it goes.
Right. Others will also say that this blame falls squarely on the doorstep of the the erstwhile Akufo-Addo administration, because on the 21st of August 2021, President Akufo-Addo announced to the general public of this Agenda 111, there was a promise that it's going to be completed in 18 months. Several years down the line, others are asking questions. If you had completed it within time schedule, this wouldn't have happened.
No. I wouldn't let you complete this. No, this is what's the phrase again? Heresy. I'm not too sure about that. A government is a continuum. We promise that we'll do ABC. We will construct. That's why we call it 111. We will construct so many hospitals. In the process and within the time constraint, we couldn't complete. But we did our best. A classic example is what we did that was almost completed. What was the reason why a new government could not expend a little money and then spend a little time on it and complete it? So you cannot blame the government for anything. We took the initiative. Listen, this is a country where as I said, it's a continuum. You start with a policy, you continue with it. We had a classic example. I was at the ministry, eventually went to trade ministry. We had 1D, 1F. That was what our government thought was good for the economy of the country. We instituted 1D, 1F. This government came and decided that they scrapped it. That's why they don't want that to continue. They scrapped it. There was no money, no financial gain, and no financial losses. That's the entitlement. This is a system that has been put in place to make sure that the health facilities are provided all over the country. We did our best. We put in so many millions. We haven't completed. What is the logic? Because we didn't complete, everything should go waste. All the 120, whatever should go waste. What are you talking about?
Katie Hammond, good to hear from you. It's been a while we heard you.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon.
Right. Have a nice day. Katie Hammond is the former MP for Adanse Asukwa there in the Ashanti region, talking about the encroachment by illegal miners in one of the Agenda 111 hospitals in his constituency. You're still watching The Pulse. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with more.
Oh, Claire.
I didn't think it would happen to me, but it happened to me.
Ghana's digital economy is booming. Millions of transactions, billions of cities, a future powered by technology. But beneath the convenience lies a growing threat.
Now it's becoming more towards digital fraud.
If we place convenience excessively over security, we run the risk of breaking down the number one currency that we have in that ecosystem, and that is trust.
The Digital Economy Forum is a thought leadership series examining the opportunities, risks, and choices shaping Ghana's economic future. In our maiden edition, we tackle a critical issue, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy.
We need to have a 360 degree solution.
Join Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, El Hanano Rekuasare, Economics Professor Godfred Bokpin, CEO of Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewua, Executive Chairman of E-Crime Bureau, Dr. Albert Enchibuesiako, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Mobile Money FinTech Limited, Godwin Tamaklo, Deputy Director General in charge of Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, Stephen Kujo Seshi, and Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Bofo. The Digital Economy Forum, the Trust Crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy. Brought to you in partnership with Haptel. It's happening on Wednesday, July 22nd at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms.
Democracy is by choice, not cash, not coercion, not corruption. Vote buying silences the will of the people. Unchecked illicit political financing weakens the very sovereignty of a state. Democracy falters when everyone's choice is compromised. An unprecedented multimedia politician-citizen forum brought to you by Joy News Impact Makers Foundation. This coming community-level engagement will spotlight illicit political financing, explore its implications, and proffer solutions to safeguarding Ghana's democracy. Democracy is not for sale. On Joy News, Adom TV, Joy FM, Adom FM, and across our social media platforms.
Welcome back. In the Ahafo region, the Kukuom Traditional Council has taken a hardline stance against habitual loitering and environmental degradation. The traditional authority has announced strict punitive measures for sanitation offenders. This comes despite recent efforts by the paramount chief, Nana Akufo-Addo, who personally donated litter bins that residents have largely ignored. Emmanuel Adujemfi has more in the following report.
Nafo South District is battling a severe water, sanitation and hygiene crisis. From open defecation to the pollution of water bodies, blocked waterways and indiscriminate littering. The law enforcement push follows a frustrated effort by the Parliament Chief for Kukuom Traditional Area, Nana Akufo-Addo, who personally funded and distributed litter bins across the enclave. Despite their availability, habitual littering has persisted. Nana Buedi Esibe Abebio is the chief of Yanche.
Obi wo ho no be yenwura. Ebi eni kwaso tumura ni guno no de agu. Nana boka. Am ya to dasbi de sisi. Mia. Enti ya nya na se bi mu ho pra ne fie. No de abegu das.
We cannot watch our community go down. We have given the power to everyone, even visitors, to catch and report anyone littering or polluting our water. The police will deal with them drastically to serve as deterrent. To salvage the situation, local authorities, service providers, and consumers sat face to face in Kukuom in a town hall meeting organized by the ILC Ghana, the Ahafo Regional Coordinating Council, and the Nafo South District Assembly, where consumers voiced their grievances.
It happened that whenever it rains, there is stagnant water around the area, which causes a lot of mosquitoes breeding around the area.
All the washing bays, whenever they use their chemicals and soap for washing, I have not seen any proper channel that sends the wastewater to a preferable location.
Service providers hit back at consumers, citing a culture of non-payment for utilities, which severely handicaps the system.
We are having challenges with the payments of water bills. We are recommending them to pay their water bills on time so that we can deliver the services always.
District Development Planning Officer James Ataera reiterated the Assembly's commitment to building a rigorous checking mechanism.
We'll be focusing on strengthening the enabling environment for accountability, look at expanding wash infrastructure across schools, health facilities, and even in the communities, how we can leverage financial resources from the private sector to address some of the issues.
This actionable roadmap with straight timelines aims to establish grassroots accountability, forming a critical milestone in the broader push to achieve universal, high-quality water coverage across the entire Ahafo region by 2030. Emmanuel Adujemfi, Joy News, Kukuom, Nafo South District.
The Director of Early Childhood Education, Adiza Tassa, has called for greater investment and prioritization of kindergarten education, describing it as the most effective long-term strategy to eradicate examination malpractice in Ghana's educational system. According to her, the country's failure over the years to prioritize early childhood education has negatively affected the quality of learning at the foundational level. She, however, noted that significant efforts are now being made to reverse the trend.
She made the remarks while speaking to the media during a capacity building workshop for early childhood coordinators and deputy directors in charge of monitoring and
cheating their way through to success. is the normal norm. And even some teachers risk their lives to go and now become students to write exams for those learners. Why is it so? Because the foundation was very weak. They didn't get the foundation well, so the structure is weak, and therefore our hope will continue to read. So for us to eradicate the hope mantra, we need to pay attention to the foundation, so that at the end of it, we'll get the desired human capital that we want for Ghana and the world at large.
Mrs. Atasa explained that the training forms part of a nationwide initiative expected to benefit more than 32,000 kindergarten teachers across Ghana, with the aim of improving the quality of teaching and learning at the basic level. She further urged the newly trained teachers not to reject posting to kindergarten classrooms, stressing that teaching at the early childhood level is a critical responsibility and should never be regarded as a form of punishment.
Teachers, we assume do not respect us. We said, okay, since you don't respect, you always come to school late, you are stubborn, you are very, so as a punishment, I'm sending you to grade. And so we have, over the years, seen the KG as a dumping zone. And because of that, we have challenges at the top. You see, no matter how you dress the top, if the foundation is not solid, the structure cannot stand. And that is the essence of this workshop.
Some of the coordinators expressed their satisfaction about the importance of the training.
We are looking at this EC program that at the end of that we'll be able to train about 30,000 teachers across Ghana and effectively influence about 1.2 children in the classroom to start up a good kindergarten education. The collaboration with Ghana Education has been good. As T8 partners coming from diverse areas, we have inclusion organization, we have M&E organization, and EC experts in terms of methodology, in terms of content to build capacity of teachers. That collaboration has helped us to harmonize, to be a bigger figure behind the unit to scale this.
Joseph Obin's report for Joy News.
Well, that's it for the Pulse this evening. Thank you very much for being a part of the show. My name is Kenneth Gyasi, but I'll leave you with this story because the growing threat of violent extremism and maritime insecurity in West Africa is the focus of a Republic Day public lecture being held at the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College in Teshi. Security experts are discussing the implications of these emerging threats for Ghana and the wider region. Let's take you live to the event center.
Security is the heart of how we live. And then I read the, the theme again, and I said, wow, maritime law is my background. And it sits very well in what I do. Then in addition, I realized that I'd served ECOWAS, and so I had also become very exposed to regional security. And I was excited and humbled at the same time that I've been given the opportunity to chair today's occasion. A lot has been said, but the important thing is that we sit here, we have a convergence of minds, academia, practitioners, security agencies, and it's become a melting pot of so much that we can take away from here. My few points I'd like to highlight for me are that one, I was excited that in talking about security, we have brought in the angle of maritime security. I think sometimes it is left in the background, and to bring it to the fore and have this conversation today, understanding the nexus of what occurs in the Sahel and its impact in the electoral states is of immense importance. Today we are aware that there is an unrelenting push towards the littoral states, so that you see violent extremism creeping. I don't even know if I should use the word creeping, but fast approaching. And if we do not have a somber reflection and have discussions that enable us to shape policy, review our initiatives, we won't be going far. It's also important to note that the Gulf of Guinea comprises a number of coastal states. Ghana is one of those coastal states. And whilst we see initiatives like the Accra Initiative, you see the ECOWAS integrated maritime strategy that has references to maritime security and indeed the conflict prevention and resolution strategies of ECOWAS. We see all of these things come together and must understand that the conversations should not only be on our national platforms. They must go beyond, and we must deepen the conversations as a regional community. For instance, as I served in Liberia, I realized that we have the Accra Initiative, and yet quite a number of states who, to my mind, are even more vulnerable than Ghana is, are not in that space of that Accra Initiative where we share intelligence, we share information. And whilst I was in Liberia, it was one of the things I kept pushing for, that we need to include more of our states in our coastal states in this very important conversation, because after all, you are only as strong as your weakest link. So we need to harness our efforts. We need to ensure that the conversations that we have really transcend our borders, and we deepen that conversation on the regional level. Security affects all of us. Some of the previous speakers have alluded to some of the things or the implications of that. The ordinary trader is affected. Vulnerable coastal communities are affected. Our assets in our oil drilling maritime space are affected. Shipping is affected. When shipping is affected, it drives the cost of insurance and freight, which affects everybody's pockets. It affects food security. More than 60% of us rely on fish as our first source of protein. So the implications are diverse, and it impacts every one of us. I'm glad that we have the media here, and they are paying close attention to the conversations, but that they would continue these conversations in the media space. It is of paramount importance. And as we go on, I am sure that the foremost experts we have in the room, or our lecturers who are here today to share and enlighten us on this subject matter, will do justice to the topic. I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to your cooperation. And as we have as we listen to the lectures, please let us have some thought-provoking discussions that follow this, that ensure that we leave here further enlightened, but also we leave here ready to share this conversation with the next person. I hope that the commandant in the future will also invite perhaps schools to participate in this, ordinary citizens to participate in this. Because if we say that security is a whole of society approach, then I believe that we must have a bit of representation here and get the views of of a cross-section of our citizenry to participate in this as well. Professor Amy and Vice Admiral, I am looking forward to your lecture, and I'm relishing what you're going to share with us. Audience, I look forward to your kind cooperation as well, and I'm sure that the next hour or so are going to be very, very exciting for all of us. I thank you for your attention.
So now give your loins, the millions of citizens and abroad who are watching us, home and abroad who are watching us on Channel 1, Joy News Channel, and as we are streaming live on YouTube as well and on Facebook, get ready to learn a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver our first keynote perspective, we welcome a man I have hosted many times and have been in awe of his knowledge. A towering titan in the global security architecture, as we have been told by Ambassador. He is an internationally sought after researcher, policy advisor, and defense analyst whose expertise has shaped counterterrorism and peacekeeping strategies for the United Nations, the African Union, and ECOWAS. Known across the continent for his fiercely candid, I can testify to that, candid, data-driven insight into West African geopolitics. Please put your hands together and make welcome the renowned security consultant, Professor Kwesi Enim.
The guest of honor, Lieutenant General William Ejapon, Madam Chair, Her Excellency Josephine Nkrumah, the Commandant, representatives of service chiefs, commandants and former commandants, alumni, development partners, media practitioners, serving and retired generals, my dear co-panelist, Vice Admiral Isa Adam Yakubu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's an honor to co-deliver the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College's 50th Anniversary Republic Day Lecture under the theme Celebrating 50 Years of Excellence in Military Education. Madam Chair, let me begin by quoting Marcus Tullius Cicero. To be ignorant of what occurred before you were born is to remain always a child. For what is the worth of human life unless it is woven into the life of our ancestors by the records of history? The history of this school started not just in 1976, but in the immediate post-independence period. And I want to quote Dr. Nkrumah very clearly for what he thought about military education. First, Dr. Nkrumah thought that military education should serve as a vanguard force to contribute to liberating this continent. Number two, Nkrumah thought that education was only worthwhile and useful if it transformed the lives of the people that it served. What it means in practice is that for a command and staff college, the quality of the education that is provided to you must ask very critical, tough questions about the nature of the crisis that we are talking about. Cicero's quote and Nkrumah's politics emphasizes the importance of historical knowledge, implying that ignorance of the past limits our understanding of the present. Historical knowledge helps shape our planning and strategic choices for the future. It implies that without us understanding our past, we lack the context, the knowledge, and the vision necessary to navigate the complexities of contemporary life. I want to congratulate the leaders of this college who have brought us thus far. And I want to say shame to our detractors when this college was established who wrote that the college was a pipe dream. Shame on you who thought that Africans can only dream. This has become a reality. So congratulations on the 50th anniversary, Ayuko Commandant, and very well. Madam Chair, let me now turn to the business of this afternoon. The title, From the Sahel to the Gulf of Guinea: Violent Extremism and Maritime Insecurity in West Africa, Implications for Ghana and Regional Security. I shall focus on the violent extremism section. To do justice to that, first I provide a discursive analysis of the state of violent extremism in the Sahel. I use Mali and Mali's descent into spiraling violence and what has been aptly captured by my colleague Efwa Lamte as the audaciousness of terrorism. Third, I present my positionality and reflexivity in understanding the wider implications of the Sahel crisis for Ghana and regional security. I'm not just going to stand here and tell you that these are the implications. We need to do a context-based analysis to be able to arrive at that. And I'll share some concluding thoughts. But before that, as a school teacher, there are occasions when you meet a student who is brilliant, but you cannot tell that student except when the student exposes himself and occasionally writes some chapters that you learn from. So, Lieutenant General, you know your chapters 3 and 4 have delayed. So I am looking forward to it very soon. Not so much as to mark it, but as to learn from you. Madam Chair, since 2020, the Sahel has turned West Africa into the global epicenter of violent extremism and terrorism, and the global hotspot for terror. But this is nothing new. As far back as 1973, Keith described the Sahel, quote, as Africa's great divide, and concluded that instability is pervasive. The Sahel situation is known, so I don't want to bore you, and we don't have time. But I want to make 2 points. First, that I'll mention in passing very quickly what is happening in the 3 countries, but focus on Mali as a case study of what happened there and what we ought not to do. That, I can assure you, will be quite unpleasant. Since the coup in Niger in 23, civilian deaths have grown, terrorist groups have taken over, with operations concentrated in the west and the southeast of the country. Attacks have escalated, targeting civilians and military personnel. In 2025, Niger announced a joint anti-jihadist force with Mali and Burkina Faso under the aegis of the AES aimed at combating terror. The situation as of 2026 remains tense, with ongoing military operations in the capital, Niamey, while the countryside faces significant challenges. Overall, the situation in Niger remains very critical. In 2026 alone, its airport has been attacked twice by Islamic State in the Sahel province. The attacks are daring, increasingly targeting cities and urban centers where they are competing for influence and territories. Earlier on, the argument was that terrorists were not interested in holding on to territories. That has changed. Now they want to govern. Now they are providing social welfare. That provides a particular type of challenge to the sovereign state. The second is Burkina Faso. Burkina is experiencing a surge in terrorist violence, driven primarily by JNIM and ISJS. They are using coordinated raids, IEDs, and multi-pronged assault to seize weapons, fuel, and vehicles. It's also carried attacks on humanitarian convoys. My empirical case, with implications for Ghana and regional security, is Mali. which I will focus on, and when combined with Burkina Faso and Niger, has serious implications for both Ghana and regional security, and shows the audaciousness of the rhetoric and the actions. Here also, JNIM and Islamic State are very active. Mali epitomizes the challenges that we face because of the coordinated attacks, the planning, the sophistication, the logistics, and the daringness in managing to capture the capital and to kill the defense minister. My colleague Efwa Lamte uses the phrase the audaciousness of terrorists because they've now put a €2 million bill on the president's head. When terrorists begin to challenge the authority of the state to that extent, it raises fundamental questions. Their activities now stretch over 3,000 kilometers across the whole of the West African sub-region. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has posited that closer collaboration, coordination, and linkages amongst violent extremist groups are providing a growing global threat. Chair, I argue that though the violence in the Sahel and increasingly in the northern parts of the coastal states are presented as a spillover, these insecurities have arisen out of the interplay between coup d'etats, corruption, blatant theft of state resources, bad governance, and then, of course, poverty, which have become mutually reinforcing, making it difficult to escape a cycle of political and economic instability that arise from the exploitation of existing and evolving domestic security challenges with overlays of external influences. This raises a couple of questions. First, what is unique about these African cases? Second, is time running out to sustainably resolve the problems caused by violence in the Sahel, especially Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger? If so, what are the implications for Ghana and regional security? Have these problems become wicked problems or super wicked problems? Chair, Mali's descent into spiraling violence is that we need to come to grips and by extension understand the Sahel's ever-evolving conflict. I posit that any analysis of the conflict parties' interest and analysis should be the context around which Ghana and regional security must be understood, tackled, and learned from. First, in Mali, we saw a multiplicity of external bilateral actors. Second, several multilateral agencies sought, quote, to train the Malian armed forces under different types of common defense and security policies. Third, were multilateral establishments amongst African groups. Fourth, raises the question, what drove these multilateral and multiple actors into Mali? And finally, what lessons, if any, can we learn? But what the Mali story tells us is that all these groups came into Mali claiming that they were coming to educate, to train, to protect, to self-sustain, and to support. They also claimed that they sought to reduce refugee flows into Western Europe, degrading the jihadist groups, improving local security forces, promoting multilateralism, reinforcing the EU security identity, and strengthening bilateral partnerships with allies. The only thing that succeeded in Mali was its ability to reduce refugee flows into Europe. What it means is that we need, as a military school, as sovereign states, to ask tough questions when people come bearing presents. Mali's descent into instability showed the need for critical self-assessment of how rationales for interventions in all its forms are undertaken. We need to engage with the dominant understandings of the overriding domestic drivers of conflict, and how in responding to conflicts and building sustainable peace, we understand the context of the interplay between the domestic and extraneous circumstances. But more importantly, we also need to understand who the critical constituents of the states are. More often than not, we think we are in the capitals and we know it all. That leads to problems. Third is what the Special Envoy for the Sahel had stated, which I find very useful for our context today. Larry Beblolati has argued that the experience of recent years has shown that when the priorities of external partners shift, as they inevitably do, the states most dependent on that support face sudden and destabilizing gaps. The Sahelian states have experienced this firsthand. I think, Chair, this now brings me to my positionality and reflexivity in understanding the Sahel and its wider implications. How does positionality contribute to defining our understanding of the variables necessary in assessing conflict onset and how peace is built? And how does this situate in the implications for Ghana and regional security? Mali's case and Beblolati's cautionary statements are key. I also follow Bar's arguments in terms of the interpretations of reflexivity. One, in terms of our position as a military school, training senior officers who will be confronting these challenges on a daily basis. The second is our boldness to critique the knowledge that is presented to you. And the third is how does your positionality and your critique then affect your practice approach when you get into the field. Chair, from a positionality perspective, the object of my reflections this evening is in the scholarship itself and the relationship between myself as the scholar and the community, that is Ghana and West Africa, which are the objects of our knowledge discussions this evening. Reflexivity, therefore, is about my self-awareness and my positionality as a knowledge producer. Consistent with the above, I now turn to my position as a scholar practitioner to raise several questions. First, who determines what variables are used to analyze when the state is at a tipping point for conflict onset? What explains the traffic jam, concoction of programs and support initiatives for pre-conflict and post-conflict situations? Who determines what interventions by which group should be placed where, when, and how? Fourth, in discussing the basis for determining who, where, how, and what intervention should occur, what role should what I term as converse intersubjective analysis play in defining where states place and locate their efforts? I will come to this during the conclusion. What then are the implications of the above for Ghana? Half a century ago, Professor Albert Edubuahine spoke of the paradox of the Ghanaian Sphinx. The paradox 50 years ago, or was that, why should a country that is so well endowed be so poor? My argument today is that we should not allow that paradox still to haunt us. 50 years on, this celebration must afford us the opportunities to reflect on how we produce knowledge about conflict, how we distribute that knowledge, and the role as a military college of excellence with peacekeeping experiences in different parts of the world can help in ensuring that we don't experience a Janus-faced security paradox, in which we think our northern borders are unsafe, but we take our eye off the ball where there's galamsey, illicit financial flows, youth unemployment. We have seen the floods. Terrorists will exploit where there's least resistance. Chair, how does the Sahel then translate into Ghana's potential challenges? And how can our interpretation or misinterpretation of such realities lead to a possible new Ghanaian Janus-faced security paradox? Any interpretation of the implications of the Sahel insecurities for Ghana portrays 5 or 6 things. First, a possible physical security threat on the Burkina border. Some tomato sellers died. I sympathize with them. That is where my sympathy ends. They managed to cross the border, traveled almost 500 kilometers into enemy territory, and did their business. What did they negotiate with? How did they negotiate safe passage? What intelligence did they take from Ghana out there? Until we resolve these problems, the argument of this southward drive becomes weak. 2, it's an economic threat via illicit gold, cattle trade, organized crime, and investor risk. 3rd, it's a humanitarian burden from the displacement and food insecurity stress. 4th is that the implications are both a diplomatic cost but also an opportunity for Ghana. For Ghana as a regional security, because as regional security and cooperative structures weaken and existing security dynamics are modified. Ghana is going to host, I think, as chair of ECOWAS or AU very soon. This is a great opportunity for our defense and foreign policy establishment to demonstrate leadership and Ghana's new posture. There's a long-term risk of domestic radicalization if the intersections of northern marginalization and southern opportunities for crime are not addressed. For Ghana, the implications seem to be very direct. Some more pressure on our northern borders, higher costs for joint patrols, and a trading partner, Burkina Faso, that is simultaneously a security risk, suspicious of its southern neighbor, partly because of the tomato traders and what we said in the US earlier on, but also as a transit client. Although we have avoided a major domestic attack, there are possible emerging patterns that are signposts that mirrors potential early stage problems. So let me leave it at that and speak about the implications for regional security. Expanding violence from the Sahel is no more just a Sahel problem. The geography of risk is expanding. The Sahel has now become an existential stress test for the whole of the region. So the first implication is the rupturing of security cooperation. The decision by the AES countries to leave, and of course, I think everybody knows where I stand when it comes to ECOWAS's behavior during that period. 2 is the contested political credibility that we are experiencing with ECOWAS now. The West African sub-region is facing 2 terrible problems. One is issues of the democratic reversals, and second, of course, the insecurity that we are seeing. Festus Abuaje has argued quite eloquently that the AES withdrawal from ECOWAS has dealt a significant blow to African regional integration and cooperation architecture, increasingly characterized by a lack of transparency in decision-making, coordination, and ownership. But Festus also has argued quite eloquently that the challenges of the disintegration also creates opportunities for us to go outside the box to see if we cannot re-evaluate existing instruments for regional integration. And Festus's argument seems to have some very firm grounds, because we are seeing statements out of Abuja and Accra and Lome arguing for a new security reconfiguration. We are seeing coastal states engaging with the AES states in joint training, sharing of intelligence, and we need to look at that. After the demise of the Accra Initiative, there's a Gulf of Guinea Sahel cooperation framework that is being discussed. But Chair, probably the greatest challenge for us is the impact on trade dynamics and free movement. One is the loss of market access. I think my friend Samson spoke about tomatoes, but we also know how onions at a point in time became a scarce commodity in this country. So the implications are dire and the implications are massive. There are trade facilitation challenges. As AES countries seek to establish alternative frameworks for regional cooperation. I will leave my friend, the former CNS, to talk about the impact on maritime access. But we are also seeing external powers desperate to fill the gaps and complicating ECOWAS's leverage. We are seeing the AES states having expelled the French, UN, and US troops and aligning themselves with new powers, bringing in new security contractors. Finally, on the regional implications, is that we are seeing regional security increasingly very shaky and struggling to adapt. There's an ongoing reconfiguration process even amongst the member states of ECOWAS themselves. Both Ghana and Nigeria's foreign ministers are advocating, quote, for local security solutions. Furthermore, the Ghanaian president has engaged in personal diplomacy with Burkina Faso and quite a number of other countries also. So we are seeing a new reconfiguration, and I think this creates particular opportunities for Ghana. Let me conclude my conversation this afternoon. And this is where I raise, Madam Chair, some tough issues that we need to discuss. I indicated earlier that I will return to the 4 questions that I posed, and I shall be brief. First, who determines the variables used to analyze when a state is at a tipping point for conflict onset? My argument made earlier on with Kudanso is that this determination must be made primarily by those who feel the pain. But the Mali lesson does not tell us so. Mali allowed externals to make too many of those decisions. This is because the overriding security discourse also determines the types of programming and response options that are presented to recipient states. What it means is that we as a people must determine what the problem is, where the problems are, how we think we can resolve them, and what the instruments for resolution are. There is no doubt that in the production of knowledge, there are power imbalances. But this is where a school like this has a role to play. I can stand here and tell you Mali is good or bad, but that's not the point. The point is that how do you use the variables presented to this school of excellence to determine how you arrive at your conclusions that informs your practice? So your position here as scholars in this school must lead you to ask tough questions, do the analysis, draw the conclusions that leads you to determine what the practice options are. Second, what explains the traffic jam or spaghetti concoction of programs and support initiatives for pre-conflict and post-conflict situations? The simple answer is that this lack of inclusiveness in understanding the knowledge around the conflicts lead to the undue securitization of weak, fragile, and collapsed states. We acknowledge the significance of historical legacies, but quite a number of them are also very toxic and creates, in several cases, socially constructed and political contested spaces. And I think when the Deputy Minister's speech was read, there was a phrase that was used, ungoverned spaces. There is no ungoverned space. Those spaces are alternatively governed. And those are the critical engagements that we expect you to have in such a school. Because when we mislabel, it has dangerous potential implications for Ghana and for regional security. And I think there are several useful lenses that prevents us from making that mistake. Third, who determines what interventions by who should be placed where? Mali once more provides an applicable lens for learning. State authorities should by all means have a greater appreciation of what their needs are and where they are most needed. This is captured by the high-level conference in Accra in March 2026 that emphasized the requirement for the state and its mechanisms, particularly when supported by outsiders, to have greater ownership in defining their priorities as they identify them on the ground. And I think this point made by the NCC much earlier on about ensuring local buy-in so that local concerns are not determined 800 kilometers away. In value determination, we have a key role to play in knowledge generation and dissemination, and by telling our own stories using our own scientific tools. Fourth, in discussing the basis for determining who, where, and what intervention should occur, what role should intersubjective analysis play in defining where states place and locate their efforts? For Ghana and regional security, what are the other security challenges that pose existential threats? What metrics should we use in determining what these threats are and what the thresholds are? so that we can arrive at a decision as to what types of threats pose existential challenges to us as opposed to others. And finally, what response measures are necessary? I argue that in the Ghana and regional security case, we do not need only securitization processes to determine the existential ramifications of the threat. We also need alternatives, or what I term as converse intersubjectiveness. So the narrative is that the threat is coming from the north, it's so big, so we should send as much resources there to stop it. But nobody has died so far, and here I salute all of you for your hard work. But if we look at road traffic accidents, the number of people who have died, who are hurt, the number of cars that have been destroyed, the roads that have been destroyed, and the sum total cost to the state, then we need to ask ourselves a fundamental question. For those of our friends who tell us where the trouble is coming from, if they lost 2,000 people in 6 months, would they put their money where there has been no death, or they will put their money in preventing road traffic accidents? I think the answer is very obvious. Converse intersubjectiveness brings in small arms and light weapons. We've suddenly heard about all licenses being abrogated, seen people being shot left, right, and center, about pandemics, about floods. The CDS just told us, or the minister just told us through the CDS, that this is now a major threat and it's not going to end. Drought, corruption, malaria, tuberculosis, namely the day-to-day challenges that we face, that kills, that maims, that destroys livelihoods, more than the actual toll of the violence inflicted on societies by terror. The facts speak for themselves. These are low-hanging fruits that states can reach for as they build resilient, cohesive nations. We need an inside-out approach that guarantees citizen participation, citizen contribution, and a listening ear in formulating what the threats are and in providing the frameworks for resistance. Ghana's response to and regional security current difficulties therefore requires creative ideas and leadership. The net effect is that if we don't do so, we will bring shame onto ourselves, just like it has happened elsewhere. We will divide ourselves and be permanently reduced to floundering for solutions. Let me take this opportunity to thank the One Ghana movement for this opportunity, but certainly to thank the Command and Staff College also for the opportunity to contribute to this conversation. This will be an ongoing conversation. We may not get all the answers today, but my role here is to challenge and to look at the counterfactual. We need to ask different questions to get different solutions or different answers that responds to our lived experiences and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwesi. And whilst I was monitoring my time and writing pieces of notes ready to come here and alert him that he should be getting ready to end, he was keeping the time with such precision that he eventually left me with no further work to do. He actually finished ahead of his time. Please, a round of applause for Professor Kwesi-Aning again. Very deep insights, and as he spoke, a journalist began a conversation with me about his first encounter with Professor Aning. I'll tell that story later. He's very excited encountering him one more time. So for all of you who are watching us either on Channel 1 television or on Joy News, or you're watching the live stream, thank you for joining us. It's a very important subject that we all need to be abreast with. So we understand that traditional piracy numbers have fluctuated due to robust naval patrols. Do we have the Navy here? Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for them for a great job they have been doing. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing alone now drains an estimated $2.3 billion annually from West African economies. So it is very important. Our next speaker, our next teacher, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome a distinguished officer who has commanded at the highest echelons of our national defense maritime architecture, with decades of strategic leadership, navigating the complex security dynamics of the Atlantic. He is the immediate past helmsman of our territorial waters. Please, let's stand and help me welcome the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Isa Yakubu, retired. Stand and stretch. Thank you very much.
Please sit. Thank you, sir. Please sit. Okay. Which one? This one is the next. This one is previous. Okay, thank you. Wow. Our guest of honor, Lieutenant General William Ajepong, Chief of the Defense Staff, Madam Chair, representatives of service chiefs, commandants, distinguished generals, both serving and retired, chief executives, I've seen a few here, and our distinguished invited guests, friends of the media. Let me stand on this protocol. It's been well established, and quickly go through my notes. First of all, I want to make it clear, I'm not a scholar, neither am I an academic. As the Chief of Defense Staff said, he's an infantry officer. I am a surface warfare officer or an executive officer. That is who I am. I'm here to share my experience from the tactical level to the operational level to the military strategic level, and I have been passionate about our maritime domain and its potential, and that's what keeps me going in that field. So first of all, let me extend my warmest congratulations and best wishes to the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College on the occasion of its 50th anniversary. It is a genuine honor to return to an institution that has played such a defining role in my professional journey. As you were told during my introduction, that my relationship with this distinguished college spans many years. I had the privilege of undertaking my senior command and staff course here, and later served a cumulative 4 years as directing staff. We are not lecturers, we don't teach, we just direct. And also as acting chief instructor, that is head of the naval faculty. Subsequently, during my tenure as chief of the naval staff from 2021 to 2025, I also served on the Staff College Control Board. That is the highest decision-making board for the college. So in many respects, I have not merely observed the college evolution, I have been privileged to contribute in some small way to its enduring pursuit of professional and academic excellence. It is for this reason that I am particularly grateful to the Commandant, the One Ghana movement, and the organizing committee for inviting me to deliver this anniversary lecture. Actually, I've been in touch with Senior Hosi, who I know was running this. It's a privilege to meet Prof. and also Samson, and I don't miss news file, I was telling you. On Saturday, all my radios are on in every corner. So as I move around, I make sure I don't miss anything. Thank you very much for keeping that discourse going. So, to be associated with the celebration of this remarkable milestone is therefore both a privilege and a deeply personal honor to me. I am equally delighted to share this platform with one of Africa's foremost security scholars, Professor Kwesi, whose contributions to security policy and strategic thought have enriched our continent's discourse for many years, as has already been acknowledged. Finally, let me acknowledge our distinguished chairperson, Ambassador Josephine Nkrumah. Beyond her distinguished diplomatic career and expertise in maritime law, she is also a proud daughter of the Ghana Navy, the daughter of Commander Nkrumah, retired. That gives me every confidence that she will be favorably disposed to me as she steers proceedings. If that doesn't happen, I'll have no cause but to call Daddy. So today's topic, from the Sahel to the Gulf of Guinea, addressing violent extremism and maritime insecurity in West Africa, implications for Ghana and regional security, is as timely as it is critical. The nexus between violent extremism and maritime insecurity has been well established by scholars and practitioners, and I hope to shed light on how these challenges intersect and what they mean for our national and regional security. I will attempt to cover the scope as shown on the screen. That is how we say it in the military. Sorry, my slides are not very clear. So, maritime security as a pillar of sovereignty. Today is 1st July, so it's Republic Day. So on Republic Day, we celebrate Ghana's full sovereignty and republican status. It is therefore fitting to discuss maritime security, which sits at the heart of sovereignty. Simply put, no coastal nation can claim to be fully sovereign if it cannot secure its coastline and maritime domain as defined by international law. Oceans cover more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, that is UNCLOS, grants coastal states sovereign rights over vast maritime zones, including a territorial sea and an exclusive economic zone. If we cannot defend and preserve these waters, then our sovereignty is incomplete. Unlike on land, where physical invasion is difficult and rare, intrusions at sea occur daily for many nations through illegal fishing, smuggling, piracy, and other transnational crimes. Many countries do not fully appreciate the importance of the maritime domain, sometimes until it is too late. So over the last 500 years, no country has become a great power without effective use of the maritime domain, and this is a fact. This well-established insight reminds us that sea power underpins national power. Dominance of the sea has historically been a prerequisite for broad influence. Now, Ghana is not aspiring to global dominance, but we do seek regional influence for our security and prosperity. And to achieve that, we must harness maritime power. Our national experience bears this out. For example, during the ECOMOG peacekeeping operations in Liberia and Sierra Leone in the 1990s, Ghana and its West African partners learned a vital lesson. Control of the sea can determine success on land. Not much has been written about the ECOMOG Naval Task Force, but its impact was decisive. In Liberia, when the Rebel National Patriotic Front of Liberia, led by Charles Taylor, seized large parts of the country, it also took over two major ports, the port of Buchanan and Greenville. The NPFL hoped to export timber and import weapons through these ports to fuel their war effort. ECOMOG naval forces thwarted that plan by enforcing a blockade of those ports and the Liberian coast. By cutting off the NPFL seaborne supplies, ECOMOG helped starve the insurgency of farms and arms. In fact, a UN Security Council arms embargo was enforced at sea. And I recall one incident where I was involved. I was then serving with the task force on board Ghana Navy ship, Yogaga. We intercepted a freighter, MV Ceros, carrying a cache of NPFL arms, which was seized by ECOMOG, crippling the rebels' major offensive at the time. Many other ships were intercepted or sunk for attempting to violate the naval blockade throughout the operations. This is a powerful example of how maritime power can shape outcomes on land. Global maritime threats. We see similar dynamics globally today. We are all witnesses to how control of strategic waterways confers influence. Look at the Strait of Hormuz today. Naval posturing and blockades there have sent ripples through global oil markets. Previously, the Red Sea had also been in the headlines. In late 2022 and 2023, Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, a relatively small rebel group, attacked commercial ships in the Red Sea, briefly raising global insurance rates and drawing in great power naval deployments. A handful of anti-ship missiles and drone boats launched by the Houthis forced some of the world's navies to respond and also compelled shippers to reroute their vessels through the Cape of Good Hope. Such incidents underscore a sobering reality. Even a small group, if allowed to operate freely at sea, can have an outsized global impact. For this reason, we must continue to maintain vigilance over the activities of pirates in our region. Maritime security is not a luxury. It is an essential component of our national security and of stability in West Africa. State of maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Let us turn our attention specifically to the Gulf of Guinea, our maritime neighborhood. The Gulf of Guinea stretches from Senegal down to Angola and is endowed with tremendous resources, oil and gas, fisheries, minerals, and is home to vital shipping lanes for West and Central Africa. Unfortunately, this rich maritime space has also become one of the world's most challenging security hotspots. Over the past decade, we have seen a surge of threats, including piracy, armed robbery at sea, illegal oil bunkering, drug and arms trafficking, human smuggling, and illegal fishing. Among these, piracy and related hijackings have stood out as particularly acute problems, earning the Gulf of Guinea the unwelcome title of the world's piracy hotspot. That is in the recent past. The situation has since changed. The state of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea in the last decade, specifically from 2010 through 2022, illustrates the scale of the challenge. During that period, there were 662 reported piracy incidents in these waters. Attacks on ships skyrocketed to a peak in 2020 when 84 incidents were recorded, a frightening record for the region. These attacks have often been violent, involving well-armed pirate gangs capable of striking far offshore. In fact, prior to 2013, most piracy in West Africa was confined relatively close to the coast, that's within 30 nautical miles. But by 2020, pirates had honed their skills and dared to venture much further. In one notable case, pirates boarded the tanker MT Curaçao Trader about 210 nautical miles off the coast of Benin, demonstrating blue water capability previously unseen in our region. Equally concerning has been the shift in pirate tactics over time. What started as low-level maritime mugging and fuel siphoning has evolved into sophisticated operations targeting crew kidnapping for ransom. The region witnessed a wave of hostage takings of seafarers between 2018 and 2020. In 2019, 151 foreign crew members were abducted for ransom, and the pirates always targeted foreign crew members because that's where they get the ransom. And in that year, 2020, 95% of all kidnappings at sea worldwide occurred in the Gulf of Guinea. These are staggering figures that underscore the threat to human security and international shipping. What is the economic cost? It has, Samson has just mentioned some figures. The economic cost of maritime insecurity here is equally alarming. Piracy off the West African coast is estimated to cost regional economies and the international community over 500 million each year. Where does this figure come from? It is not mainly the value of stolen cargo or paid ransoms. Those are actually relatively small. Rather, it is the cost of countermeasures, increased insurance premiums, hiring private security or naval escorts, hardening ships, and the burden on regional navies and coast guards. And according to one analysis, for every $1 pirates steal from victims, shipping lines and the Gulf of Guinea governments collectively spend $524 on counter-piracy efforts and protective measures. These costs are passed to the consumer, as was emphasized by the chairperson. That is you and me. In essence, the criminals extort a few $1 million a year, but the region as a whole bleeds hundreds of millions in trying to guard against them. This is an unsustainable drain on our economies. Additionally, coastal communities and industries suffer indirect losses. Fishermen, for instance, fear venturing out because of piracy or are driven out by illegal foreign fishing boats. Oil companies have had to divert shipping routes and bolster facility security. Port revenues suffer when trade shifts to safer regions. About 95% of the internet we all use reaches us through a growing network of undersea cables, which are frequently threatened by sabotage or accidents at sea. And in fact, only last week, MTN announced that due to some damage to their cables offshore, internet availability had been disrupted. So we pay a heavy price for insecurity at sea, a price measured not just in dollars, but in lost livelihoods and stunted growth. Regional efforts to combat maritime security. What has been done so far to combat these threats? There have been numerous efforts at the national, regional, and international levels. Regionally, West and Central African countries recognize that no single nation could tackle these maritime crimes alone, given the transnational nature of the threat. This led to the landmark Yaoundé Code of Conduct signed by Gulf of Guinea governments in 2013. The code is a cooperative framework where Gulf of Guinea states agreed to share information, coordinate patrols, and prosecute offenders. The Yaoundé architecture established maritime coordination centers across zones. We have the Interregional Coordinating Center in Yaoundé, and we also have the regional centers, CRISMAL and CRISMAC, for West Africa and Central Africa respectively. Information sharing has improved, joint exercises have been held, and some coordinated patrols, such as Operation Anwanzi, which is conducted among countries in Zone F, including Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, have been successful. However, the Yaoundé framework from 2013 was visionary, but after more than a decade, we have insights into its shortcomings. It is imperative to streamline the structure by empowering the regional coordinating centers, that is CRISMAL and CRESMAC, and possibly downsizing the intermediate layer of multinational maritime coordinating centers. Currently, we have 5 of those, AD for Central Africa, and then EFG for West Africa. Each one has a multinational maritime coordinating center, the one for Zone F being here in Accra. And these sometimes introduce delays and fragmentation, and has also proved financially unsustainable. After more than 10 years of implementation, very few international staff have been seconded to the MMCCs due to member states' inability to sponsor their officers to the centers. These centers therefore lack zonal character. Mostly they are manned by national staff. If we strengthen CRISMAL with robust staffing, direct data links to all national maritime operation centers, and the national maritime operation centers operate very well, an authority to coordinate cross-zone operations, we might respond faster to pirates who cross from one exclusive economic zone to another. Now, let's look at the nexus between violent extremism, the nexus between violent extremism and maritime security. A lot has been said about violent extremism in the Sahel, but we cannot discuss Gulf of Guinea security in isolation from the broader security landscape of our region. West Africa today faces a dual menace: terrorist insurgencies expanding from the Sahel southwards, and persistent criminality, including at sea, exploiting weak governance. There is an emerging nexus between violent extremism on land and insecurity at sea. And this nexus is born from the same breeding grounds of instability. Think of it this way: ungoverned spaces, which Prof says are not ungoverned but have alternative governance, and fragile states are a boon to all bad actors, whether terrorists or pirates. When state authority is under siege on land, it creates opportunities for illegal exploitation by sea, and vice versa. In recent years, the Sahel region has experienced a dramatic surge in jihadist extremism. Unfortunately, violence has not stayed contained in the interior. We have just listened to how terrorist groups are expanding down towards the Gulf of Guinea states. Today, Ghana's own northern frontiers and those of our neighbors face creeping or fast-moving incursions and attacks linked to groups like Janim and the Islamic State regional franchises. How does this relate to maritime insecurity? In a few important ways. First, a state fighting for stability on one front, let's say the land, which is in the north, may have fewer resources to monitor other fronts like its coast. And we've seen those shifts. I remember around 2007, when Ghana had just discovered oil, there was a lot of investments in the Navy, and by 2012, they had commissioned about 8 ships for the Ghana Navy. But as soon as violent extremism reared its head, we saw that resources shifted to that front, neglecting the maritime space. So from 2012 until somewhere 2021, we had no new ship commissioned for the Navy. So as coastal West African states devote troops, funds, and attention to preventing terrorist attacks on land, criminal networks, be they traffickers or pirates, might seek to exploit any resulting security vacuums in the maritime domain. We could call this a squeeze balloon effect. When you hold a balloon and squeeze it, you are only creating a bulge in another area. So as you crash the threat in one area, you create a bulge in another. So pressure applied to one area might cause bulges unless governance is holistic and simultaneous, and that has been stressed today. Second, extremist groups and maritime criminals can become enablers of each other, even if their motives differ. Terrorists engage in smuggling and illicit trade to fund their activities, often using coastal routes. For example, the smuggling of arms, narcotics, or contrabands through West African ports and waterways furnishes income or weapons for insurgent cells further inland. Both thrive in environments of poverty, weak governance, and corruption. By addressing these root causes and improving intelligence coordination, we strengthen our defenses against both pirates at sea and terrorists on land. In short, achieving security from the Sahel to the Gulf of Guinea means adopting a unified approach that douses the fires of extremism on land while flooding out the pirates and smugglers who ply our waters. Maritime security in Ghana, what are the challenges and what progress have we made? Ghana as a nation with a coastline of about 540 kilometers and significant offshore resources has a vital stake in maritime security. Traditionally, Ghana's maritime domain was relatively peaceful compared to our neighbors. For many years, we experienced no major pirate attacks in our waters. This might have bred a false sense of security in the past, consistent with the observed threat perception dilemma, which holds, and I quote, "The greatest threat to security is the general lack of conviction that any real threat exists." Once you are comfortable, no threats, you think that no threat, and you don't prepare or invest. So Ghana suffered its first real attack in June 2014, when a Greek-operated oil tanker, MT Ferra Themis, went missing off the coast of Tema. It had been hijacked by pirates who stole its cargo of oil. This incident shocked many, as it proved that Ghana was not immune to the expanding piracy epidemic. And following that, between 2014 and 2021, more vessels, including Ghanaian registered tuna vessels, in or near Ghana's exclusive economic zone, were attacked or used for criminal activities by pirates operating out of the Niger Delta. I recall that during my time as Chief of Naval Staff, the Ghana Tuna Association met with the then president to outline their concerns about insecurity in our waters and their vulnerability to attacks. They threatened to stop fishing in Ghanaian waters and move elsewhere if nothing was done to protect them, because a lot of tuna vessels had been attacked and people taken from them as hostages. I was called and tasked with developing measures to protect and reassure them of their security while fishing in Ghanaian waters. Lacking the patrol vessels to cover their vast operating area, we took a bold step by putting armed guards on all tuna vessels, and that worked very well. Since then, no Ghanaian fishing vessel had been attacked until 27th March 2025, barely a week after I had left office. A Ghanaian trawler, MV Menzin 1, was taken hostage off the port of Tema, and the captain, chief mate, and chief engineer, all Chinese nationals, were abducted. This prompted the current administration to deploy armed guards on fishing trawlers, in addition to the tuna vessels. And that has since worked for them. However, it appears the threat vector is changing. On 26 February this year, we woke up to the shocking news of the attack on a group of artisanal fishers, numbering more than 70. They were held hostage for several hours, and their outboard motors and other equipment were stolen. That has also been mentioned already, leaving them stranded at sea until they were rescued by the Ghana Navy and other security agencies. There are more than 100,000 indigenous artisanal fishermen in Ghana, and the fish value chain employs more than 500,000 Ghanaian men and women. If nothing is done to protect these indigenous citizens, the human and food security challenges will be enormous. These events were a wake-up call, underscoring the urgent need to retool the Ghana Navy and other maritime security agencies. And I'm happy to say that I know it is receiving serious attention from government, as the Chief of Defense Staff has alluded. Governance challenges. Okay. One of the core challenges for Ghana, as in many countries, has been maritime governance and interagency coordination. Multiple agencies have roles in our maritime space: the Ghana Navy, Marine Police, Ghana Maritime Authority, Fisheries Enforcement Units, Customs. If you list them, there are more than 20 agencies. These stakeholders operate in silos, sometimes even with unhealthy theft rivalries. For instance, jurisdictional overlaps lead to confusion. Who responds to a fuel smuggling vessel? Is it the Navy's job as the sea's military guardian, or the Marine Police job as law enforcement agency? Or is it the National Petroleum Authority as regulator, or the Ghana Maritime Authority, which has overall responsibility for maritime security at sea? Such theft wars and a lack of clear protocols undermine our ability to respond swiftly to incidents. This problem was recognized, and a crucial step forward was the development of a national integrated maritime strategy, which the then President Akufo-Addo formally launched in 2023. Actually, Naval Captain Dr. Kamal is here, the Director General, Ghana Maritime Authority. He was a lead consultant for developing that strategy. Now he's in a position to review it and implement it. So we looked up to him to ensure that we implement what we developed together. Thank you, sir. The NIMS is a comprehensive blueprint designed to harmonize all maritime security and governance efforts within a single framework. It emphasizes information sharing among agencies, delineates roles and responsibilities, and promotes a whole-of-government approach at sea. A related aspect of governance is a legal framework. Ghana lacks specific legislation on piracy and maritime crime. It is often said that nothing is illegal unless explicitly prohibited by law. Thank you, sir. The lawyers are nodding. Ghana, together with Norway, sponsored United Nations Security Council Resolution 2634 of 2022, which called on Gulf of Guinea coastal states to criminalize piracy and armed robbery at sea under their domestic laws. The irony is not lost on us. Even as Ghana championed that global call, many of our neighbors have since enacted or reviewed their laws in compliance with the resolution, while we still await ours. Thankfully, progress is being made through the draft Maritime and Related Offences Bill, which seeks to criminalize piracy under serious maritime offences in accordance with UNCLOS and the convention, such as the Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the safety of maritime navigation, commonly known as the SUA Convention. Once passed, it will give our Navy, Marine Police, and prosecutors the legal clarity and jurisdictional reach they need to act decisively, whether incidents occur within or beyond our territorial seas. This will serve as a motivation because it empowers them to act confidently, knowing their arrest will lead to trials rather than legal limbo. Moreover, successful prosecutions can even raise funds through fines and asset seizures, which can then be reinvested in better equipment for our forces. Now, I go straight to policy recommendations. I have only 3, so I'll finish. In light of the above analysis, what can Ghana do and our regional partners do to better address the intertwined challenges of violent extremism and maritime insecurity? Let me conclude with these ones. First, governance and funding. Ghana's National Integrated Maritime Strategy is an excellent framework on paper. The key now is action. The first step is to put in place the governance structure it prescribes. This means establishing a high-level Maritime Security Council of sector ministers and heads of maritime security agencies under a unified decision-making chain. Roles and responsibilities must be clarified to end interagency competition. Additionally, good strategies and intentions will falter without consistent funding. Maritime security has long competed with pressing land security needs and others for limited budgetary resources. I propose that Ghana create dedicated funding streams for maritime security tasks, and some of these were identified in the names. And one idea is to institute a maritime security levy on commercial shipping activities, analogous to the security fees charged by airports on tickets. For instance, a small charge on each cargo vessel entering our ports can be collected into a fund earmarked for the operations of the Navy, Marine Police, and coastal surveillance systems. Let me clarify that the Ghana Maritime Authority already charges a maritime security fee for its operations, but its utilization is strictly governed by law and is not available for other agencies. Second, capability and cooperation. Policing the sea cannot be done by the Navy alone, and this is a provocative recommendation I'm here to make. The Ghana Maritime Police Unit should be significantly expanded and professionalized to handle law enforcement in our territorial waters, that is from 0 to 12 nautical miles, which is part of our land territory, and all our laws are applicable in that zone. And also the port areas. This will free up the Navy to focus on blue water, higher end tasks like piracy responses and offshore asset protection. And one way to achieve this is a model of embedding or seconding experienced naval officers into the Marine Police leadership and training staff. And this has been done with the Maritime Authority. I know when Dr. Kamal took over, he requested a number of naval officers to assist him, and it can be done with the Marine Police as well. Naval officers have the seafaring and tactical expertise that a largely land-focused police service might lack. By leading Marine Police units and sharing knowledge, they can inculcate naval standards and skills within the unit. And as mentioned, Ghana's Parliament should treat the Maritime Offences Bill as a priority and enact it into law. I recently chaired a roundtable organized by the University of Ghana Law School to review the bill, and it looked great to me. I understand it has been submitted to Parliament for enactment. It is our prayer that the process of enactment would be fast-tracked. Last, the ECOWAS and ECAS should review the Yaoundé architecture for maritime security and restructure it by downsizing, if necessary, scrapping the 5 zonal coordinating centers. And I've said this in every forum that I have been, to free up resources to beef up the regional coordinating centers, that's CRISMAL and CRISMAC. I believe they have the ability to coordinate the whole of the sub-region's activities. Additionally, Ghana should advocate within ECOWAS for more joint patrol agreements in which countries contribute vessels on a rotating basis to a combined patrol force operating in hotspot areas. Currently, Nigeria is leading efforts to establish a combined maritime task force. Some member states have issues with the task force's structure and proposed concept of operations. There is a need to build consensus and resolve all differences regarding the formation of the task force. The need for a standing arrangement is well established. And last but not the least, we should invest in technology. And I'm happy having a private conversation with the CDS, and he talks about how they are trying to bring in a lot of technology into the armed forces. Maybe we should expand it to other areas. Effective maritime security today requires strong maritime domain awareness. The Ghana Maritime Authority has contracted for a modern coastal surveillance system, which includes over-the-horizon radars, capable of monitoring well beyond the exclusive economic zone. And this, I know, is an upgraded version of Nigeria's Falcon Eye system, which has helped Nigeria to make significant progress against maritime insecurity. So, I urge Ghana Maritime Authority again to ensure that the system is installed and made operational. Once operational, it could be a game changer in our fight against maritime insecurity. Its impact could be further strengthened with long endurance drones, maritime patrol aircraft, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence-enabled surveillance. In conclusion, Madam Chair, CDS, ladies and gentlemen, the security challenges of West Africa, Sahel, and the Gulf of Guinea are two sides of the same coin. They both threaten the stability, prosperity, and sovereignty of nations like Ghana. As I have discussed, violent extremism creeping in from the north and maritime insecurity lapping at our southern shores must be addressed in tandem. Ghana stands at a geographic and strategic crossroads. We are a coastal state with a stake in the ocean economy, and also a West African state in the neighborhood grappling with insurgency. We therefore have every reason to lead by example in crafting comprehensive solutions. Our sovereignty, won on this day in 1960 as a republic, will be truly meaningful when we can defend every inch of our territory, from the northern savannas to the Gulf of Guinea waters, ensuring that defense means being proactive and collaborative. Ghana must continue to strengthen its own capacities, our armed forces, police, and intelligence agencies, while actively engaging in regional cooperation mechanisms. At the same time, we should tackle root causes by promoting development, good governance, and opportunity in vulnerable communities, as has been mentioned, so that neither terrorists, recruiters, nor pirate kingpins find fertile grounds to operate. The good news is that we are not starting from scratch. We have lessons. We have had some hard lessons from our past. ECOMOG showed unity and sea power can overcome chaos. We have new strategies such as the National Integrated Maritime Strategy and the Yaoundé Code of Conduct to guide us, and we have partners willing to support us. What is required now is unwavering political will and coordinated action, which we have been assured is there. The recommendations are outlined, from implementing the NIMS, ensuring sustainable funding, bridging agency gaps, refining regional tactics, passing crucial laws, to leveraging technology, are all within our reach if we prioritize them. Securing Ghana's maritime domain is in the national interest, just as securing peace on our northern border is. In fact, they are one and the same mission, that is defending Ghana's sovereignty and enabling our people to live in peace and pursue prosperity. So by addressing threats from the Sahel to the Gulf of Guinea with resolve and foresight, Ghana can ensure that this generation and the next will enjoy the full blessings of the sovereignty of our forebears, who worked so hard to achieve it. God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Happy Republic Day. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now take a quick water break, and when we resume, we should do less than half the time allotted for the panel discussion. Less than half, I mean it. And before we started, I attempted to cut a bit of the program, and I got a very stern warning that in this place, you don't use your MC powers. What you have been handed, you follow it. But on this particular time, is given to the moderator and the panelists when we take over. And I'm going to cut it. So, sir, you were actually quoting Article 19.3 when you spoke about unless a thing is proscribed, it is not illegal. Article 19.3 of our 1992 Constitution. We have listened, and I have been reading Major General Emmanuel Cotier's occasional paper. It's a very fresh paper he has on the new dynamics of the role of the military in peace and security in Africa. And he urges regionalism and coordinated action. Now, getting to know about particularly what our two speakers have stressed on, beginning with Professor Kwesi, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, breaking away from our security parks. What are the threats and the reality we face? So we take a quick break for 10 minutes or less and return to our seats to finish up in the next 20 minutes. Thank you all very much. Please, we can take a quick break now.
Transform your business ideas into success stories with Telecel Business. Choose from a wide range of products and services tailor-made to drive your business. Call 0302-233-4040 or email to business@telecel.com.gh to sign up today. Telecel Business, connecting opportunities, connecting goals, connecting businesses. Telecel, connecting energies.
Hello, my name is Pamela from Customer Service. Please revalidate your account by texting your Ghana card number to 0500,247.
Hey, Abili, wabedim.
Madam, give me the numbers behind your ATM card. I'm calling from the head office.
An email was delivered across to our customers this morning.
Confirm if this is your bank account. 100,100,100.
Thanks for sending your bank card details.
Send the OTP now to avoid cancellation.
EcoBank will never call, email, send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
Don't get played. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Hello, please, I'm calling from Customer Experience Center.
I didn't think it would happen to me, but it happened to me.
Ghana's digital economy is booming. Millions of transactions, billions of cities, a future powered by technology. But beneath the convenience lies a growing threat.
Now it's becoming more towards digital fraud.
If we place convenience excessively over security, we run the risk of breaking down the number one currency that we have in that ecosystem, and that is trust.
The Digital Economy Forum is a thought leadership series examining the opportunities, risks, and choices shaping Ghana's economic future. In our maiden edition, we tackle a critical issue, the trust crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy.
We need to have a 360-degree solution.
Join Head of FinTech and Innovation at the Bank of Ghana, Elhanan Oreku-Asare, Economics Professor Godfred Bokpin, CEO of Ghana Association of Banks, John Ewua, Executive Chairman of E-Crime Bureau, Dr. Albert Enchibuesiako, Chief Risk and Compliance Officer at Mobile Money FinTech Limited, Godwin Tamaklo, Deputy Director General in charge of Technical Operations at the Cybersecurity Authority, Stephen Kujo Seshi, and Head of Internal Affairs at Haptel, Ebenezer Bofo. The Digital Economy Forum, the Trust Crisis, why fraud is holding back Ghana's digital economy. Brought to you in partnership with Haptel. It's happening on Wednesday, July 22nd at 8 p.m. live on Joy News, Joy FM, and across our social media platforms.
Democracy is by choice, not cash, not coercion, not corruption. Vote buying silences the will of the people. Unchecked illicit political financing weakens the very sovereignty of a state. Democracy falters when everyone's choice is compromised. An unprecedented multimedia politician-citizen forum brought to you by Joy News Impact Makers Foundation. This community-level engagement will spotlight illicit political financing, explore its implications, and proffer solutions to safeguarding Ghana's democracy. Democracy is not for sale on Joy News, Adom TV, Joy FM, Adom FM, and across our social media platforms.
For many, success is defined by one path, the white-collar dream.
I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a banker.
But when that door doesn't open, does it mean your story is over?
No, because there are other paths.
Paths built on passion, creativity, and courage.
From season 1 to 3, we've met dreamers who turned rejection into redirection.
They wanted to silence me.
And built success beyond the titles.
As a general manager for Kenneth Gyasi, I felt this challenge right deep that I should work in the area of my gifting. I started writing.
Now, season 4 is here.
New stories.
I remember one kid who walked into my class and looked and said, "You are from Africa, right?" And I said, "Yes, that's why you are so black."
Deeper lessons.
I haven't been to sixth form, I haven't been to university. So everything that you hear me do, I've learned on the job.
More proof that the trail doesn't end when the white-collar job door closes.
I did attend an auditioning for Emirates cabin crew members, but I was not selected.
This is not just a show, it's a movement.
The Career Trail Season 4 with Irene Edubia-Eni shows every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Joy Learning TV and 6:30 p.m. on Joy News.
The Career Trail, your success journey begins here.